tell you what, cats love me. I'm just a big play toy to them. I got all these scarves and sarongs and tapestry-like items hanging off of me. Alright, I put a rock in my coffee when I brewed it this morning. Yeah, a rock. It's actually kind of funny, because normally I've got a way better coffee machine, way better coffee pot. Though what I've been with for the past, yeah, whatever, however, I'm not complaining. Not a complaint, just an awareness thing. I find it interesting because it's actually going to talk about leading into stone soup. If you've never heard of stone soup, stick around. I'm going to teach you how to make stone soup. Soup out from a stone. Mm-hmm. So my coffee, like, I noticed how it was like not really like brewing the way like coffee should brew. It wasn't really dripping through. It was like, I don't know, tea and coffee, they're brewed two different ways. There's a reason why they don't sell coffee to you in a little baggie to dunk in your cup, okay? Like, just saying. And so I put a rock in my coffee pot up at the top so that when the water goes through, it's actually got two rocks, so the water, so it pushes water, kind of like the V-shaped coffee pot dealios, you know? Because I was noticing my coffee wasn't tasting as strong as it naturally should. So I had to adjust to that. You ever heard of stone soup? If you've been around for a while and you have, there's this guy. He goes to this other guy, and he says, "You know about stone soup?" The other guy goes, "Nope. How do you make stone from a soup? That don't make no sense to me." And the guy goes, "You see, I got this stone here, and that's what every great fine soup starts with. Soup tastes great with." He said, "Do you have some water?" And the man goes, "Yeah, I got some water." He says, "Great. Well, I'm gonna grab this pot here. I got my stone. You get the water." Man goes, "All right." Man goes, grabs the water, fills up the pot, stones in the pot. They start up the fire. The man who originally spoke of being able to make the stone soup, he asks the man, he says, "Do you have any greens available? Do you have any potatoes?" And the man keeps saying yes to all of these things. And he says, "Do you have a nice good roast meat to put in here?" He says, "No, but my neighbor, they might." And he runs over, he asks his neighbor, he gets a roast meat from his neighbor. He comes back, he says, "We got to give neighbors some, but we can do that." The man keeps asking for different unique ingredients, and the man has to keep going to different houses, different neighbors. And by the end of the soup being made, it is this beautiful, wonderful soup full of so many vegetables and goodies and carrots and meat and seasonings. And the whole town showed up, and it was a wonderful feast for everybody. And at the end of it all, when everybody went home, the beggarly man grabbed his stone out of the pot and went upon his way. Sometimes you just need a good idea. You don't even need anything functional to the recipe. You just need a really good idea to bring everybody together, and the rest will be as it needs to be. It's a lot of lessons somebody could extrapolate out of that. Is that nose real? Yeah, my beak is real. It's my beak. You hunting spirits, you gotta look at multiple bodies. You know that scent? It don't change too much. It's pretty familiar. It's a great one. That was made a while back. That stone soup. I've loved the story a little bit. I think, but it was from this old show called The Storyteller. And The Storyteller is this awesome old show. They had a European kind of edition. They had an American edition, or what a Western, whatever you want to call it, edition. And it was pretty cool because he had his dog there. He'd tell these old stories. He'd go off into the story being told and show it like an episode or whatever, you know. And I don't know, something about that stone soup, just something about that story. It's been in my mind for a while. I've been wanting to share it. And it is quiet. It's been real quiet out there in the world because all the bad shit's really scared to fuck around and find out. Guess what? They fucked around and they found out. And they don't want to find out what's next. And that's why a lot of evil in this world is shutting the fuck up. And there's a lot of things lingering on of negativities, but those things will phase themselves out naturally. Like they'll just phase out naturally. See, I I learned this oracle system. I showed you before. I've talked to you about it before, the Matu Natur. And it's got these kind of oracle cards here, these kind of cards. It's the Book of the Dead, properly translated, would be Becoming of the Day, essentially Book of Life. And just fun. It was found among graves amongst the dead, so they called it the Book of the Dead. There's this oracle system. I applied it to my own life. It fixed some major things that didn't seem, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't fix it. But that system did. And then I said, well, damn, it helped my life out so much. Let me apply it to the neighborhood. So then I did readings for people for free, and I served coffee for donations. And I had this creamer and, man, cinnamon and maple syrup. I swear, like, you come get coffee from me, I'd be like, you want it black? You want to mix it yourself? Or do you want the winter solstice special? Something like that. Because I was born on 12/23, so it's like my holiday drink. And it tastes like eggnog. Oh, it almost tastes like eggnog, but it's got the coffee, but it's sweet with maple syrup. I tell you what, sugar is one thing, yeah. Honey's a delicious thing, sure. But maple syrup, oh my God, that stuff is delicious. And then I get like two different types of creamers, and then some cinnamon and nutmeg, and then I get this holiday seasoning kind of mix, and I mix it all together. I put all those mixes together as one, and like a little extra on the cinnamon. Put that in there, mix it up real good. Mmm. I'd be like, you want the solstice special, or you just want a black cup of coffee? They'd be like, give me what you make. I'd be like, all right. It was really cool. People come by because it was essentially there was three roads, which kind of were like kind of kitty corner. That's a horrible way to describe it, but kind of closed off. You know, you had to go through this road in order to like get out to the main road, and so our neighborhood was kind of secluded, kind of nice, and people will be leaving for their day. They pass up my little coffee stand, and they grab a coffee to go. You know, boom boom. It's pretty cool. Anyways, one of the most wonderful moments that I had was people will come up. I do tarot readings, oracle readings, more so oracle readings than tarot readings. Oracle is explaining a bit more, giving you options, letting you know what you can do. Tarot readings is like just giving you raw data. With the raw data, who the fuck knows what you're gonna do with it, you know? It doesn't give you a solution, it just tells you what the fuck's going on, usually. But oracle reading, when one is intuitive and connected and has learned their route as a tarot reading, then they're become a living oracle. And when that happens, then solutions come along with the readings, options and routes to be able to conquer um, those things ahead of you pop up. So I applied this oracle, this ancient Egyptian oracle system, to people in the neighborhood, and this one individual comes up, and he'd be hanging out for a while. He'd been coming and visiting for a while, and he seen me pull a fucking cat out of a hat, a bird out of a hat, a fucking spider out, even a giant spider out of it. He just seen me pull every single fucking kind of thing, and he just, I didn't know it, but it kind of left him scratching his head after. And what I'm saying, literally, like that metaphorically, pulling things out of the hat, is he saw me do readings for other people, and the other people are just like, their jaws against the floor. They're fucking crying afterwards. I'm telling him story. I leave the name out, but I share a story. That makes it okay in my book. It's a lesson learned, and it's not just like gossip or bad talk. So, and since the name's left out, nobody knows who I'm talking about. Anyway, so I share the stories with them, and I'd cry when I shared these stories because they touched my heart. That's why I share. I needed somebody to chat with, and anyways, and so he comes up one day, and that morning was interesting, as I've learned happens quite often with a real special reading. But that morning there was some things that came to me very specifically, came to my mind, and I did some research, like something came to me in this book, and then something jumped out to me. Oh, we're going to start doing that. The number for the day is 7. We're going to start our own number and meaning for each day. Today is video number 7 of Invisible College 333. This is officially day number 70. So our number today is 7, and we're going to read that numerology. Anyways, going back to the story, I was directed to information in this book. I was directed to information in this book. I was directed to this experience with that person. Something popped up on my phone. Whatever. I didn't have a phone. I didn't have a phone back then, actually. I didn't. You wanted to find me? You know where I live, like, fuck a phone. Technically, I don't even have a phone number. Ha ha ha. Like, you want to text me or call me? You can't. You can email me though, cetra@yahoo.com. I like that, like texting. So I'm getting off track. So, anyways, I had all this information literally right in front of me, and it came to me that morning. And then this dude, he comes back, going back to the dude who's seen all the other people get their readings and be spot on with it day after day after day and everything. Skeptical dude, older dude, and he comes up and he's like, "All right, throw down the cards for me." And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "All right." So, dude, I fucking throw down the cards, and those cards fucking reference what I read earlier in this book. So, like a motherfucking genie, I literally pop up this book. I go to exactly where it was, and I'm like, and the dude's like, and so like that kind of a look at me. That's a keep going look. So I keep going, and then like this other card pops up, and I'm like, oh yeah, bah, and the dude's just like fucking floored. He's just like, the dude was a skeptic beforehand. He questioned beforehand, but at this moment, the dude was all in. 100% of the chips in. Like, the dude was a complete believer in that moment. And I even had to step back and be like, "You good?" He was like, "Keep going." Everything I had to say was practically prepped for me to be able to know, so I didn't necessarily have to read it from the book, but I had that information fresh, and because I had it fresh, I could literally serve it in the moment when the card said now. And so that was an amazing alignment, and I've had that type of synchronicity happen afterwards, um, a little bit before, but that was the big first major marker of like, yo, when I need to tell somebody, I'm gonna be prepped about it beforehand. Naturally, I ain't gonna have to try. I'm gonna have to go look or study. I'm not gonna have to fucking do what people normally do and write a fucking script out and have a people full of fucking information and all this is what we're gonna talk about today. Blah 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 blah. Fuck all that shit, man. I'll get my friends around me, get my crew, let me connect with my spirits and the divine, and we're gonna flow on time. Oh, check this guy out, look. So I showed you this stone earlier, but look, can you see the face? I picked this dude up. I've never watched him. I saw him like this, and I was like, motherfucker, I see you. I mean, like, see the eyes and the mouth. Anyways, there's this other one here, similar. Let's see what is this one. And that's just part of the stone. It's lodged in there. I didn't wedge it in there. Just that's the way it is. Just like this little portion. And then this one is like a little alien head. And then I got this one. Oh, I do it. This is a big piece of emerald. See the nose? See the eye? And down here be like the mouth. I like seeing stuff in nature and in clouds, and then I tell people and they don't believe it, and then I'm like, but look it right there. And then they look at it and they're like, holy fuck. They don't realize how they could see it. And I'm like, my mom really taught me how to reach beyond time and matter and everything that we think we know about reality. I'm telling you, it was my mom who made contact with me. It was my mom who taught me all the stuff that I know, like from the beyond, not in the flesh. She was like my spirit guide. And so, like, that's how I could understand it was her talking to me. It was her working with me through the spirit, and it wasn't a ghost, and it wasn't a god, and it wasn't an apparition, but it was my mom, because my mom is very distinct in her working with people. She was a motherfucker to work with, but she knew her shit inside and out, and when she put her mind to something, she had success. It doesn't matter. If she wanted to, fuck, she got her win. And and the way that the spirit works with me is just like my mom. And yeah, people could be like, imitation this or imitation that or copy that or copy this. Nah, there's certain things that changed, but that change was development. It was like improvement. It was like, you ever live with somebody every single day and you get used to their footsteps? And then somebody else walks in the room, and without even really looking, you can fucking tell by the sound the difference of their footsteps. With shoes or without, you could just fucking tell. You knew it. You knew who it was. You knew it wasn't the person that you knew. There's just some things you really kind of can't change in people, in a consciousness, in the way someone does things. And I never had a spiritual connection like I had before until after my mom passed on. I tried to reach out a couple of times, but I was pretty desperate and I wasn't doing good, but I never made contact, not like that, not like this. But after my mom passed on, I mean, she always said she will move heaven and earth for me. She'd say that, and I truly see her moving heaven, and she needs me where I am so that we can all move earth together. It's like having an inside man, the inside mama. My mom was cool because she'd tell me things like there's certain things about ladies that like guys will never ever ever know. It's girl talk, it's lady code. You know, like it's not spoken that way, but that's just, you don't share those. But my mom, she would share those things with me, and I would share with her things of the guy code. So together we'd be like fucking getting an inside track and being able to know our environment and actually walk within it without trying to do any wrong. But you know, we're just trying to survive it. That's it. And it helps. It helps to have a friend like that. Somebody who's going to share stuff that, you know, it's practically like the words are practically like throwing themselves under the bus. It's like, you know of this? Do I want to keep being friends with you? But in some sort of way, my mom helped fix in within me, like learn somebody's heart, And that's going to be the default mode they act upon. React upon, act upon. That's how they're going to go about life, isn't that with that particular heart? People get messed up, people believe the wrong things, a smear campaign happens, and things happen, whoops, mistakes. Life isn't 100% win across the board, not in that sense of things. And just being able to adjust with the flow is so important these days, all days. So my mom had, she needed a community, she needed religion, she needed somebody else, a group of people around her, and they're able to survive her environment. But it kind of didn't matter who she was around, somebody was taking advantage to some degree or some regard, or mistreating to some degree or some regard. So, as much protection as she found in others, she also found a bit of a prison as well. And that's why I'd always tell her, do whatever you want, Mom. Do whatever you want. She'd be like, but if I complain, they might mess up the food. And I'm like, at a restaurant, I'm like, I don't care. Fucking complain. Tell them you didn't like it. Whatever. You'd like it done a different way. You know? Do whatever you want to do. It's your fucking life. My brother, he would be like, nah, you wouldn't let her do that. He wouldn't do it. He'd cut her off. He'd tell the waiter or waitress to go away. Because my brother was in constant fear they would do something backlash to his food because my mom said something didn't come out good or wanted something different or what the fuck ever. I saw where people restricted my mom, and thus in my own actions I sought to give complete liberation, complete freedom. I'm not here to control you. That's not my role. I've seen enough people do that to you. And I see that in the same contrast of today and people across the board. They've had enough people control them. They've had enough people say, do what I tell you to do. You should do what you want to do. And let's get a block party going, you know what I'm saying? A good one. Not like in Demolition Man, not like that kind of. That was a bad one, you know what I'm saying? Sylvester Stallone certainly kicked some ass in a few movies. I heard somebody a behind the scenes thing, and they said it's better to be the bad guy. It's a famous actor. I apologize, I don't forget the name, but he says better be the bad guy because the good guy spends their whole fucking film getting their ass handed to them, like constantly fighting and roughing. The bad guy, he'd just be walking around through the whole movie, and then he got the one big fight at the end. A lot less getting your ass kicked throughout the film. I was like, that makes a lot of sense. We all got to play a role of some sort. And that's what I see kind of happening these days is that angels are getting the most roughest and ugliest roles so they can put the most beautifulest of tones and notes on top of that whole flabbergasting collection of things. Tristan MB. They said my ass been kicked all life. Now look, I was talking about some literal stuff or not, I don't know, but when I read your comment, I saw that as being literal. I don't know if that's the case or not. So I'm going to tell you how I won every fight with my brother. My brother was 7 years older than me. 8 years, 7, 8 years, somewhere around there. I don't know, I forget. He's not my brother. He doesn't want to be my brother anymore, so, whatever. To him, what he desires. But with him and anybody else, I'm going to tell you how I won every single fight I ever got in. Every fight I won. I'm not bullshit. I'm going to tell you how. Your hands or your mouth, meaning your teeth, is either going to get near their fucking nuts or their fucking throat. I don't want to fight. I'm going after your nuts or your throat. If you don't have nuts, I'm going after your throat. If you do have nuts and that's where my hands are landing, that's what I'm grabbing. I'm not fucking playing. I'll rip them off or rip it out. I don't give a shit. That's what I'm attacking. I'm going ham on that shit until it runs away from me. You're leaving me a eunuch and you're never going to want to fuck with me again. If somebody's kicking your ass physically, beat their fucking balls in or go after their fucking jugular. And when the fucking police comes out, I was fucking threatened for my life. I was worried for my life. I don't know what. They came after they attacked me first. There. Have a great life. Don't allow anybody to dominate your life. Don't fucking accept it. If you have to run away, I'm not going to confront it. I'm not going to fight with it. I'm going to run away because my legs are fucking phenomenally fast, bro. You're like, where the fuck did he go? I look this way, I look back, and like, the where I should see this dude. The fuck, I'm gone. Okay, I can flee a scene. Like, I don't want to be around for that violence. And where that kind of person is, I ain't going back. I don't give a fuck what they have to offer me. Why am I going to put my life, my physical life, into a situation where somebody's going to fucking physically, mentally, or emotionally harm me? No, no, no. Create a safe environment for me, and then I will walk into it. Otherwise, I'm going to go where the fuck I perceive to be the safest. And if that means my own goddamn room and my own goddamn mind, well, I'm going to hang out right there for a good long while. Because as far as I see, the world do not got their feet together. They be tripping over themselves. Not something to follow. Yet people go buy their name brands and say, ooh, yes, that's what I want next. Fucking no substance. Just a fucking book cover. They sold you a book cover. They're like, look, it looks really nice, yeah? And you got it, and you fucking open up the bag. There's no chips in it. There's no fucking pages in the book. They're all blank. You're like, oh, I guess this was a study book. Journal book, you know? How can you find peace in this world? Just like I was mentioning, and then inverted banana 5630 said strong boundaries, which, boom, there's a very specific answer right there, along with the metaphor and the experience. Strong boundaries, very true, very strong boundaries. That's how you can have a peaceful life, because with strong boundaries, um, somebody's here's an example. Somebody's been telling me for years, "Yo, what's up, dog? What's up, dog? What's up, dog?" Well, guess what? I don't like being called a dog. People ask me what do I want to go by, like gender or whatever the case, or what's my fucking whatever, boy, girl, or whatever. And I'm like, just throw me in the human category, okay? I'm happy with human. I don't give a shit. Boy, girl, him, her. I don't give a fuck. I got a ding-a-ling in between my legs. I'm a boy, but I don't give a fuck. I confuse myself in the mirror sometimes. What do I care what somebody else says? I don't care to be called a dog or an animal per se. Maybe like the likeness of an eagle or a fox. Something like that kind of caliber. Okay, like a wolf. More, I'll take that. That's cool. Anyways, but just as an example, I go up to a person. I say, you know what? Is there any way you could refer to me otherwise, other than an animal? You like anything else, please? And that person, they start working with. They actually, they find another. They adjust with me, and so they're working with me. They're not stubborn and stuck in their ways with somebody like this. Thank you. They're respecting a boundary. But somebody who would not respect that boundary, and every single day for the 5 years, oh, I'm sorry, oh, I'm sorry. Well, they didn't respect the boundary, they didn't honor it, they didn't remember it. Well, I'm going to focus on myself a little bit more because I know that they're not thinking about others too much, so they can't, that's not in their capacity. I'm just not going to expect it from them at all. And boom, I close off that aspect. I focus on my own direction. Boundaries, firm boundaries, and when those boundaries aren't honored, those are to be held up by oneself. Couldn't agree more. I am the rare trinket. Sell you a rare trinket. You're funny. It's cool. Thanks. It was a good comment. that was that was good. Take care, MH. I'm just gonna say there was a comment by Edward Fong, and then very like right before that, literally GT7 mentioned stormtroopers, and then afterwards GT7 said trooper again, and so I saw Jesus as a stormtrooper. I'm sorry, I just populated in my mind. I'm just sharing the visual I got in my head. It's pretty comical. Fucking Jedi's are like, no, no, you're on the wrong side. You were resurrected on the wrong side, bro. Over here. uh, Rogue, Rogue, Rogue Rat 812 said, I suck at enforcement of my own boundaries. This is why I run. I mean, like, there are some things I will, if I'm going to fight, then I've chosen to fight, and I've done more than just act Johnny on the spot. There was a lot led up to that moment. But that's why I generally just run because a lot of times I don't care about, I honestly, I don't want the conflict. And I know that me trying to communicate with a particular type of person with a particular heart set of an individual to vengeance to misunderstandings to all those other things, I'm like, I'm just gonna kind of ghost this one, and I'm gone. That's my speed, that's my running, that's my ghosting, that's my just walking away from it, dusting my feet off, not arguing, not having the last word, just just being a ghost, and letting other people think whatever they want. And I don't care. That's my past. They can think about it every day for their life if they choose to. They can do whatever they want with their mind, but I'm moving on. And that's how I've learned how to really again keep that peace, maintain that peace, even amidst the times that I don't necessarily have the gumption to make a fucking physical, verbal stand of the sort, because well, that would not be the better option. in that situation, whichever. One Love, most definitely a transient trader. Stumbled on here by accident. The look is intriguing. Thought this was AI. I've actually had people who thought I was AI for an extended amount of time for the videos and everything I released, and then they found my lives and saw me live, and they said, "I thought you were AI up until this moment." I thought that was pretty. That was. I mean, that's a compliment. Think about that. Being so darn. I'm keeping it humble. I'm keeping it humble here, but being so darn good that it's confused with being AI. It's actually considered by some to be AI. Isn't AI supposed to have a higher intelligence? Are we not supposed to be striving to have a higher intelligence? And believe me or not, but AI has a thing or two more to learn from us. We have not maxed our ability of what we can actually work with as a uh, um, electromagnetic biological being. Um, we've barely tapped and discovered what this body is capable of. We've went to the depths of the ocean, and still it's such a mystery. We've went to the search of the stars, and still such a mystery. And the body, even much more so, of what it's capable of what we can unlock, of what animals' abilities are in and out. It just all of it, all of it. We read stories across the board of how ancient humans, ancient beings on this planet lived for thousands of years without dying. And that is something we can get back to. We can get back to that. But we can only do that if we phase out the destruction of one another. We gotta phase out killing each other. There's no way we can strive for eternity in living in our bodies if we're constantly killing each other. This is an incompatible formula for a recipe to move forward. And so I pray, I seek, I work, I speak, I share, and my efforts every day of my life have been so that we can move forward as humanity is really truly meant to become and be. And may we, again, I've said this before on other days, but may we learn some greater moralities before we continually ascend on that technological level. May we go backwards and grab some moralities that needs to be applied to every human alive, not just the privileged ones, but everybody should be privileged to have a home, to have food, to have water, to not be oppressed, to be able to walk outside and enjoy their life without being sent off to work and laboring. If we have such intelligence to create AI and all of these other things, we've got to start taking care of each other in ways that we never could before. And that means now I like somebody passed an idea by me and I really kind of liked it. They said, you know what, keep money, keep it, don't phase it out. However, make sure everybody alive, like you said, has the roof, has a home, has food, and has water. Boom, they've got those regular things. Yeah, and now, if you want more, if you want to build more, if you want to come up with a product or do whatever creative thing in the world, now, okay, now money comes into play. Now you need money for those like extra things. Like anybody can get the normal stuff. Like everything's around like good technology, normal good technology, TVs, internet, all, the right, the decent life. But like the bigger things. Okay, well, you gotta put your back into it a little bit. And to each one their own. And I was like, you know what, that's kind of a cool idea. That kind of lets people still allows people to live happily, and then at the same token allows people to strive for something more if they desire to, which, hey, who doesn't desire to strive for more? But it'd be nice knowing that nobody's suffering while we're out reaching for greater things. UK Tristan, yes. So, oh, Paul Welch, what's up, Paul? I saw you earlier there, I think. A halberd or a messer? Oh man, I'd rather have a poleaxe. I used to have a legit poleaxe, bro. I did. Um, but to answer your question, would I rather have a halberd or a messer? I'd have to say, God, I'm drawn to a messer. Oh, that'd be nice. I got my sword right here. It's Albion. It's by Albion. It'd be 1400, 1400s. It is a blunted edge, but it is a very, very authentically real blade. It has exact characteristics, balance, and everything of old school, legit. Like, you can't see it too well, but like, it's a real blade. I'll put it in the chat log, and if you go search for it online, um, type this in, and the swords are magnificent. But at this moment, I would have to go with a halberd. I would want the messer, but I would need to go with the halberd because I do technically have a longsword. Granted, if be blunted, I do have a sharp. Now, as this was gifted to me, I actually created this for the other sword. Actually used yarn to braid it together. But when this was gifted, I've actually got a sharp, uh, yeah, katana now. So I mean, I got something sharp and along that size of things. Um, and I do have a spear. Granted, I've got my antler connected to it, but you can see the spears out there, almost more. But I don't have a big old fucking spike at the end of a pole, except for the cross guard on the sword. So a halberd, that will be that shit, man. You can really yank somebody down regardless of what they're wearing. You can really grab any joint. Or halberds are so functional and useful in a multitudious of situations. So yeah. Anyways. Oh, and then I got I got all of those. But this is what I view as my shield. I mean, if things got really dicey, it could very easily be worked into a effective shield, but I kind of see it as a vibratory shield. Otherworldly shields. Sound vibration is powerful. Do I ever sleep? Yes, I sleep. I like to get my 8 hours. Sometimes I get 10 hours. Sometimes I get 6 hours. Sometimes I go without sleep. But generally speaking, I get my sleep. And when I don't get it, I make up for it with extra sleep. Like, I make up for it, but then I get extra sleep on the makeup time. So I really like my sleep. Obi.13 said, "You scare me." Well, then let me do it appropriately. Boo! Ah, ah, I will get you. Better watch out. You better not pout, 'cause I'm gonna find you, no doubt. I'm coming to say trick or treat without any treat. Ha ha ha. I scare you. Silly. GT7, you said fuck TV, and I had this visual of a person with the TV. I'm not going to say anymore, but my mind seems to be very visual right now, which is not normally the hookup channel I have in my brain. So, must be in a decent trance state of being. I've been happy for a couple of days. No mm, huge reason, except that, I got a roof over my head, and that's pretty steady, so I'm happy about that. But it allows me to be kind of happy without, worrying or anything like that, without extrovert. So, continued happiness is going to produce different results than continued work, effort, striving, all that other kind of stuff. Um, And I'm not saying not to do work or anything like that if you know my past. Lots of work, lots of work. Thank you very much, Edward Fong. Said, my heart is beautiful. That is, thank you. That's a kind, beautiful comment. As far as people going to Mars and creating a way to get to Mars and all that shit, here's what I have to say. All of you, get the fuck off of Earth and go back to your home planet where you can live in misery and leave us back to our fucking native planet. Thank you. Thank you. Get the fuck off. Go home. Get the fuck off. Go back. Go to your dead ass planet you destroyed. Remember what you fucking did and see how much you're screwing up our planet. Go. Thank you. All the sooner. All the blessings I got to give. SC Scud. I want to say Scud. If I'm pronouncing your name wrong, just let me know. But SCKUD had put, how did you start down this lifestyle? Building the knowledge, the aesthetics, financial stability. It's so intriguing to see a unique life. So let's start at the most recent thing, which is financial stability that I really kind of used to have in an old life, but I have not had in years. Um, I hit a plateau. I remembered who I am. I'm heading, this is at the end of my journey. This is at the end of a 13 plus year active journey. Um, I remembered who I was. I succeeded in what I was seeking to do since the age of 5. Um, Two major goals, but one massive goal I succeeded in doing by the time I was 40 years old, essentially, or at that year, at that point. And I remembered who I was. And that was after my mom died. That was after my daughters died. That was after my whole life. Like, I had the good life. I had the CTS 2013 paid off. I had the town home, all that shit, man. The good part of town, all that. I had it all. And my mom died, and my whole life started to crash and went that direction. Um, so when that moment happened and I remembered who I was, one huge door for me closed, but out of seemingly nowhere, but from that one door closing, this online door opened. So I don't even have YouTube monetized. I went on TikTok, I went on Instagram, I had done YouTube years ago, and I couldn't go live on any of the channels. I couldn't do that. And then all of a sudden, at this particular juncture at my life, when I remembered who I was and shit, just like all of a sudden, all these doors opened up, and I could go live on TikTok, and I could be live on YouTube, and I could be live on Instagram, and da 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 da. And I'm like, that, well, I know exactly what I want to do. I want to read mantras. I want to read these blessings that I've been going over in private because they extend for like longer. Some of them are 45 minutes, some of them go for an hour and a half plus. And so, like, I want to be able to read these continuously without being interrupted by some fucking commercial or fucking ad or fucking limited video or whatever. So, live was important to me so that I could share these blessings that I had learned at this point in my life. Whatever I thought or wanted before was different now. And so when I could go live, then boom, I started sharing these blessings just hands down. I don't care if people understood it, called me ugly, saw something different. I read the multiple language. I still do. I did yesterday, I think the day before, whatnot, as well, or at least the day before. and read a multitude of ancient languages. Sanskrit is amongst them, ancient Kemetic, ancient Egyptian, ancient Japanese, anyways, amongst others. Hindu, Indian, whatnot, which is Sanskrit, and they use that for their sacred moment ceremonies. But there's also some Tamil. There's various language on the Indian side of things. Anyways, um, and so at that time, essentially, I was staying somewhere while I was helping out at a temple. Well, there were some things going on behind the scenes that I didn't agree with, and so essentially I checked with the spirit, checked with the divine, and they were like, "Bro, it's time to keep on step." And so I was like, "All right." So I just started like essentially packing my bags, essentially like not I wasn't secure. I have this belief in if you enjoy where you are, then take care of it each day because then you're going to secure that it lasts longer. You're going to be there longer. And if you don't want to be there, then well, don't take care of it. Don't pay attention to it, and you're going to be asked to leave sooner or later. So depending on one's actions, my own actions, not anybody else, but depending on my own actions, depends whether I stay somewhere longer or shorter. I'm not saying I'm staying there forever, but longer or shorter. I can increase the duration or shorten the time. And so at that time, I kind of really kind of stopped as that kind of door was closing, and I could see that. And as that door was closing, one of my videos hit 1 million views within 20 hours and hit a second million views within the next under 20 hours. And I think it's at 3.5 million views on TikTok now. I think it has 1 million views on Instagram. I have a different video on Instagram that has 2 point something million views, which that one went pretty quick. I think that one took a few days to get there, like 5 days or a week or so. Um, but at that particular time, when it went viral initially, that's when like the next day, practically that night, I was told I need to find a new place to live. And so essentially, I went live the next day and freaking I got $300 worth of donations. I had earned a couple $100, and a buddy of mine came up to me and he said, "Bro, where I'm staying, somebody just moved out. There's a room open up for $500 if you can afford it." Note, I've been homeless, literally homeless up to this point for the past solid 2 months. Literally living on the street, literally sleeping on the front of some church steps at a basement entrance where nobody really went through, so I could kind of sleep there at night. Got there after dark and left, as the sun was coming up before anybody got there. So, leave no mess behind, and I go hang out at the Hindu temple all day. And so at this particular juncture, I wound up having $500 in my pocket, um, and and I was able to afford to move to where I am. And essentially, somebody's been able to help me, and I've been able to raise donations. And this last time, I thought I was going to be out. I had a few days to go and got enough donations, and 6+ months later, I still got a roof over my head. And so the financial stability is something divine. That's not something I'm trying to do. I don't have YouTube monetized for a reason. Yeah, my TikTok is monetized, but like if you want to donate money to me or whatever, you could do. My GoFundMe is linked on the main page. If you click my picture, or whatever, and go down, there's the link is right there to the GoFundMe, and click that. And there, yes, there's money has been donated, but that's essentially like been it's what's there is there, but the financial stability is something I continually like. That's a blessing. That's a blessing I'm not controlling, but I'm allowing it to flow through if people want to, but they gotta want to. It's not something I just care for people to just, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not doing this for money. It's not about money. Every single got Everybody got fucked up on money. Oh, you gotta have money to do this, but then you start treating people like that, and I've lived my life up to this point on the Spirit's blessings, and the Spirit's like, well, we're going to keep blessing you. So, and so that's a supporting reason why I am live every single day for at least 5 hours a day, because Number one is doing what I want to do. This is what my heart wants to do. I enjoy talking about these things and sharing this kind of information. Naturally, there's people that have responded back personally, and it really does help people. And more people it helps that don't mention it than do mention it. So I like sharing on that level. And because of donations, I'm able to be in a place where I can have stability to do this. If I was homeless, I couldn't be doing this. So a full circle all the way around, and even more going on there. My daughter's passing away. I never gave up on being a father, and I had this sight and this dream and this reality in me, and I've shared it with people, and maybe you've heard me before or not, but when I got divorced, my ex, she wanted the kids and all of that stuff, and right away the scripture came up to me in the Bible of the two ladies going to the king saying they're their child, and the king's like, boom, I'll cut it in half. You can each have half. And so I was like, you know what? I'm not even fighting in the divorce. Like, nothing. You get it. You get everything. Whatever you want. You win, 100%. I'll walk away, you loser. I'll dust off my dirt, dust on my off my bottom of my feet, and I'll send you some blessings so my daughters are taken care of, like as much as I can. And because I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna fight over the child. I'm not gonna do that. And so in my own heart, I said, you know what? You want to take my daughters from me? And this is the world. This isn't a person. Understand, this is a way of thinking. Just one person's situation is an expression that there is a vast amount of individuals going through this. This is no isolated reality here. Okay, this is a fucking this is a pandemic. This is a fucking problem here. And nobody really fucking talks about it, except in little groups or whatever the case. Anyways, and so I said in my heart, I said, fine, you don't want me to be a father to my daughters up close. I'll create something so loving, something so good. I mean, this world is full of nasty, and people make money by bottling water. I mean, come on, I can make something damn good in this world. Cause it to go far viral, fucking work my ass off. The whole world gets into this awesome vibe of things, and by proxy, my daughters will learn from their father because that's the fucking environment of the world. And when they passed away, I was already halfway and practically had reached the first steps, knocked the first few dominoes down too, like events already going down. And they passed away, and I said, well, there's no stopping now. I'm not going to stop being a father. I might not be able to have them in my arms ever again, but I'm going to share and I'm going to do something that's going to change the world forevermore because people like me, we're done being the fuck. Let's give them the secrets so people don't get taken advantage of anymore. That's the point. Team up. Team up. The bullies teamed up. The bullies teamed up. They fucking hit us at the school. And the teacher go, I don't know. Look, the one with the four eyes that got the broken glasses and the bruises. That's the one we terrorized. You're suspended. You did the wrong thing. And the bully comes back to school all fucking cool and shit from a fucking goddamn administration of a fucking knowledgeable adults being able to see behavior for what it is and fucking down to the fucking neighbor, the kid sitting next to him, and bullies banded together across the board. They're assholes. They're shit asses. My grandma, she didn't call people assholes. She called them a shit ass. That's what Daisy said. They're a shit ass. You want to know what the difference between a shit ass and an asshole is? Everybody got an asshole. Go ahead and bend over, feel it if you need to. You got one. A shit ass don't even know how to wipe and keep themselves clean. That's the difference. You go fucking asshole. Nobody wants to touch a shitty ass. Perspective. That's hilarious. I turned my volume up for that comment by accident. And then building the knowledge. We're moving backwards in time. We're still responding to your question here, Scud. And then the knowledge, well, aesthetics, that was from all the different people, faiths I interacted with, rather than judging them, accepting them, and really kind of putting together my best side of that, of what I'd like. um, and a lot of gifts, a lot of my own creations, bracelets, things that were broken, restructured, recreated, wanting my own Egyptian kind of necklace, and I had one, and I disassembled it in order to kind of to create this one, and it's got an Egyptian piece down here. Um, Divine Father, Divine Mother, feminine, masculine, united, both of those eyes able to see the one's will, your willpower, your capability to follow through an idea with action, your willpower, and divine law and order. Divine law and order is following your heart. When you know something's wrong, not to do it. Something's good, you do it. Innocence of heart. And so when one lives by the two pillars, the 11, essentially they can walk through life united. And essentially this is your ankh, in which one would turn it, and this would be the feminine, and this down here would be the masculine, and thus at the middle allows you to ascend and descend into different dimensions so as to communicate messages from one to the other. We are truly deliverers of energy, and we work in our dimension. Every dimension needs to transfer energy to another dimensional reality. It's a flow of energy, flow of life, flow of the current. There's a video game and they call it the life stream, and it's seen flowing through, and it's green and shiny. And this is an aspect of this energy that flows through every single dimension, and we need help from other dimensional beings, from beings in other dimensions, to be able to transfer the substance, the energy, the frequency, to add to the continual flow of creation, to the Akashic records, to the memory of everything that is. And That's the aesthetics, connecting with all of that, and then building the knowledge. I know we're working backwards here. Building the knowledge. There was a particular juncture where I was somewhere. I had been taken advantage. Okay, for 6 years I was fucking taken advantage. The other person tried to tell me the truth, but I couldn't accept the truth. So, and when I realized it in year 6, I said, "Motherfucker," I said, "You've done what you've done to me without my permission." Exactly. Like I did not sign up for that. I didn't sign up for that. And in life, and I said, okay, so you made your plans without me. I'm gonna make my plans without you. 2 years. I'm gonna learn everything I need to, and I'm gonna get to, here's my date, and I'm moving the fuck out. So I literally put my head in books. I got to studying ancient Egyptian. I got into tarot. I as if I was in college. I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness. I'm not a Jehovah's Witness anymore, obviously, right? Here, let me take a puff puff pass for that. And if you are a Jehovah's Witness or Seventh Day Adventist, I tell you what, Seventh Day Adventist, you're like, the Sabbath was on Saturday. At Jehovah's Witnesses, you're exactly the same every single way, and they're like, no, the Sabbath is on Sunday, but whatever. And so, if you smoke weed and you call yourself one of a person of that religion, like, the weed invalidates it. You're just showing up because that's what life expects of you. Your heart's not whatever. You could think whatever you want, but I'm just letting you know. You found your like lifeline. You've been using it. Anyways, where was I? That's the next thing. Where'd the comment go? Oh, it moved me up. the fucking, oh, this, the, information. And so I studied. I put myself in, one of the advantages of being in that religion was learning how to study, learning how to crack open a multitude of books and do some hardcore studying and then formulate information into a logical, discussional speech. And yes, I said discussional speech because any talk is a two-way conversation. Just because one group isn't talking doesn't mean they're not talking. Eyes, gestures, everything. There's communication going back and forth. And so in that, in all of that accord, I put myself through an academic study of ancient understandings, and I was able to find the books. It's amazing what you can find and download as far as 2,000-year-old plus books online as free PDF files. No illegal downloading, no extra program anything, man. You fucking find the source material. You look up, 2,000-year-old Egyptian text, 3,000-year-old Hindu text, whatever. You're gonna pull up results. Start looking it up. You can get them. You can get the originals. You could get the translations. Anyways, I did all of that. I jumped in. I more than deep dived. I made it family, and it was family, and I learned about my family. And there was one thing you had mentioned before that, and I think I strolled away from it, or the chat little got too old and was like, nope. Um, but that's the path kind of going backwards. Um, when I went to the Hindu temple, that was huge because everything they were doing, I knew that it had a different name, a different look, a different feel, but it was the same energy. It was technically the same being, but in another region of the world. And so I was able to study the Egyptian temple formulas, and then I was able to walk into a Hindu temple and be like, bro, they're actually living these formulas to what they have connected to, and then like plugging in this information over here allows me to honor my family. I'm not saying Hindu, Indian, Shiva, Krishna, or any Durga or anything's not family. They very much are, but I there's something visually I want to see more on the Egyptian side, on the Kemetic side. There's something I need to see embodied there that I'm drawing towards. So in all honoring and everything, there's a formula that I went and I looked and I saw and I paid attention to, and it's something that I create in my own environment with what I have now and whatever I will come to have and be able to do in the future, and thus share all of that kind of stuff and so forth. But it certainly has been a journey, and really it all started with my mom, aka my best friend, passing away. My best friend passed away. That screwed up my life, being a dad, being a husband, being a son, being a brother, being anything in that old life. That sent me on a whole nother journey. I had a new priority, and nothing else was gonna take priority over that. And like, people you could, I love my daughters, and I've cried so many days and so many heartbreaks, and I've spent a lot, and it still kicks up on me. I haven't spent enough, but I've spent a lot. And for knowing like those days are closed off and everything, of them not being in my life and everything. But the reality is I had more days with my mom of knowing who she was. I didn't even know what my daughter's favorite color was. They weren't old enough when I was with them to even know what their favorite color was. So there's relationship builds with time. And when my mom died, that was my best friend. My whole fucking life imploded. She had the fucking map to my future, and I didn't know she actually handed it over, but in order to actually receive the map that somehow she knew about, I had to stop everything else. I had to stop everything else. I had to pay attention to me. I had to look at me. I had to evaluate me. I had to see my limits. Dare I lest I lose my temper amongst anybody? Anybody. No, no go, no bueno, no fuck, nope, not doing that shit. Time to fucking isolate. I know that much. I know when I need to fucking just, and my body will move in that direction before my mind even understands what my body is supporting. I know that much about myself. I trust myself to get me out of a bad situation before I even realize it's a bad situation. Like, no, no, come on. No, no, you don't need to be here. I know you want to be here. I know you want to do the good thing. I know you think that's doing. You come on with me. Doesn't matter if anybody understands, accepts, believes, supports, or anything. Nope. That's what I knew was best to do. That's what I did. And at the end of the day, I can sleep with my own thoughts. I've went to bed living with the deeds and thoughts of others. And man, those days kept coming back, and I keep second, triple, quadruple guessing, wondering, all that kind of shit going down. And when I start saying, no, I'm going to go by my decisions, and that's how I'm going to lay my head down at night, is what I chose to do and say, or even walk away from to maintain my peace and all of that good stuff. At least I could put my head down knowing that I made the best decision I could, regardless of anybody else's perspective. That's my character. That's my integrity. That's who I am. And if I'm around people that cannot value that, then may they dismiss me because I will not be valued. I'm always going to feel lacking in that environment. Better I move on and find something else. Did I find that job? Did I find that gig? Did I find that place? Guess what? I can do it again. If I did it once, I can do it again. Shit. And that's what you're capable of. If you have not found that aspect of yourself, that's what you're capable of. This is the importance of making a decision and then living by it, because then you learn the pros and the cons. You learn from that decision. But when you follow somebody else's decision, usually, 95% of the time, there's a hidden motive. And so, because of the hidden motive, you don't actually understand the decision and the action of what's currently going on because of the hidden motive. And but when it's your decision, when you know, when you made the choice, when you stood on that ground or even ran from that ground, whatever it may be for you in that situation and what you chose and decided to do, dotty dotty dotty, telling you, putting your head down at night is a lot easier. You can measure things. You could be like, you know what, I like that way of action. I'm going to keep living like that. Or you could come back and be like, you know what, I don't like those results. I'm gonna change things up from here. You try something different. You try a whole new approach. This is life. This is a journey. At least you can document your results. You can document. You can keep up, even if you don't write it down. There's a lot of people who have a great memory. Shoot, my teachers, they'd be like, take notes, write a journal, blah, 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 make a schedule. And I'm like, shit, fuck make a schedule. Even to today, I try to make a schedule. Shoot, I write stuff out. I ain't going back to that thing. I don't want no schedule. I'm on free flow, bro. Like, this is life. I can live life. I don't need a fucking script. You need a script? You need a guidebook? Look, I'm gonna read this book once. I'm gonna read it a second time, and the second time I'm gonna go to a dictionary. Dictionary's gonna be like this. Is you use it constantly. Back, it's gonna take me a lot longer the second read through, and then the third time I'm just referencing back, like, oh yeah, oh, take a left, not a right. Gotcha. Boom, and life stays on course. I don't need to keep returning to it for the rest of my life. I don't need to walk into the world and be like, oh man, I can't talk to you without this book at all. But I tell you what, it's sure nice to have sometimes the way they worded things. You need to hear it just the way I read it. The way I read it was the way I mean, when I read it to myself, the words that were written, the author had some pretty good original words. My mama told me, she said, they already wrote it perfectly. Just read it. Just read it. So what my mom would do is she would get little snippets. This was in the religion, nothing like published or anything like that, because they asked questions and stuff like just discussion. So what my mom taught, you just take little snippets that sounded really good from this portion and that portion, and then you put those two portions together. Bam, that's my comment, word for word. And like she kind of instilled that aspect to me. So like there's aspects and there is information in the books, and it's like, you know what, you should hear it exactly like they originally popped it out, because that was actually pretty good. I could say it, I could say the same stuff, but they used them. I'm gonna go with what they put. And so a double fold, following a positive pattern, remembering my mother, keeping her alive, and sharing all of that goodness all in one. I mean, that's not a twofer or a threefer. I'm happy it exists. And hammered. That's interesting that you would say that, Stephen, about the Turkish, because like I started looking into Turkish coffee, and then I got this little thing like you can make Turkish coffee in, but I thought it was solid brass or copper. It's not. I think it's got aluminum on the inside, and I don't want to. I don't want to use aluminum. Aluminum is not a good metal. You won't cause some neurological damage. Anyways, um, but I was looking to start making my coffee in a Turkish mannerism literally last night. I even dug out the little piece that I got. It's got a little wooden handle, and I thought it was like for the altar or something. And I've used it on the altar for like things like, and actually, it's a Turkish coffee maker thing. Yeah. Oh, nice, Rogra. Did some exploring of healing sounds. Look like, oh, that's great. I am not 4'9". I am 5'11". I think people would say. I would say I'm 5'10", but then people are like, "No, you're a little bit taller than 10." Maybe it's my shoes sometimes. No, I think I'm. If I'm standing up correctly, but no, I'm. My mom was like 4'9". My mom was Rosemary. She got shorter and shorter. I think she was like 4'8" before she passed. But yeah, maybe 5'3". I don't know. Shoot. Anyways, I am not 4'9". Yes, I've been smiling, Zonda. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tristan MB. I have clinical insomnia, so no sleep here. But hey, well, Tristan MB. If you're still here, if you can hear me, may you get sleep tonight. So be it. And even peace during that sleep, so be it. Kepra, kepra, kepra. Ra, ra, ra. Tuma, tuma, tuma. Arsimito kishabu banani simtruna. Arsimito kishabu banani simtruna. Arsimito kishabu banani simtruna. Kansu, kansu, kansu. Abraharabra, abraharabra, abraharabra. Caught a Bella Falcon, slumbering sin. Finland, what's up? on Lapa, Lapa, Lapa Lane. Anne, would it be Anne Lapalainen from Finland? I think I pronounced that wrong, but thanks, Matt. He said he liked my mug. So, boom, right? Got that good old school influence. And then, like, I like the 1400s. So, like, everybody would have their own, like, little knife for eating, or whatever. And then a little fork, a little two-pronged fork. Like, guy, you gonna go out. Gotta make sure you have your tools. Never know if you need to have some meat or what you gonna be up to. Gotta have your mug and your tools. Eating utensils. What's up, Karen Clayton? Where am I from? I'm from Texas, but I'm in northern U.S. currently. I've been living up here for a while. Um, for Edward Fong and anybody else, just to be aware, Sin was originally the name of the individual who looked after the moon, and it was masculine energy. And people who knew of this, they were aware of how much the moon influences the water, how much water our bodies are about, cycles of nature. They were very aware of the cycles of nature, and they were very much called sinners because they were aware of the cycles of nature, and that's who they followed. And when Christianity took over, Charlemagne, who slaughtered and killed every single person who would not convert to his form of thinking, he said if they're a sinner, they must be cleansed of their evil ways. Because if you know nature, then you know how to liberate your own life. You know how to liberate your soul. You know how to be free from control. This is why this guy was hung up and killed, and he is continually worn as an emblem of saying, if you challenge us, we will fucking rip out your goddamn heart and fucking nail you to a pole, you stupid fuck. Remember? Remember? And if you don't believe me so much, look at this one. Look. We got brass here, okay? There's wood inside. This is an old one, okay? Got the scroll thing right. It's a really old one, okay? Look at this, okay? At this old ass cross, bro. See wood, brass. You see, it's like fucking pinned together. This ain't no modern shit. Look. You see it? I can't get a clear shot of it. Maybe you could make it out there. You see it? Crossbone and skulls. That's what they're gonna do. That's their threat. Okay? I check out the Egyptians and they remember them living, talking, breathing. Check me out. They don't show their fucking divine loved one murdered in this state. They were murdered by the conquering coming fucking army, bro. Look at what they fucking got people doing. That's how conquered they are. People in other parts from other parts of the world fucking people from, I'm gonna tell you a personal story of my own. I don't care what anybody thinks. You judge it all you want. I knew this Chinese lady. We in this church. This Chinese lady, like we chat. We come up, she's cool. I'm cool. We chat. Like she don't exactly not fluid English, but she knows a little something, something, right? So like we're chatting, and I'm like, so tell me about Nuwa. Nuwa is the divine mother of the fucking Chinese. Like if you Chinese, like you should know who fucking Nuwa is. Like to some regard, you should have some construct of this. She's like, what? I'm like, tell me of any of the Chinese pantheons, any of the Chinese gods. Tell me anything about the Chinese history. She goes, I don't know none of that. I'm Christian. They conquered her, and then they said, look, you wear this around your neck so you remembered you're conquered by us. We'll kill you if you get out of line. You remember that next time you talk about calling somebody a sinner. Because I'll join the sinners before I ever walk with anybody the fuck else. Sorry, that's how I feel about it. I love you, bro. No hard feelings or anything like that. It's just it's a reality of our world and how much we've been lied to. We use words and we have no clue of the meaning and the history of war and how they actually came from and what they did. One very important lesson to keep with you in your bag, in your pocket, is to be aware that the victors are the ones who wrote the history books. Wait a second. The victors are the ones who wrote the history books. They got to change history how they wanted it. They got to write the narrative. Looks like I got a lot of research to do and go back and go back and go back and go back and go back. I mean, like, think about it. Why would a king, say Pharaoh? Pharaoh is just the Greek word for king. So before Greece was ever fucking around, the word Pharaoh never existed, okay? They were a king. The Kemetic word for king would have been what they called the dude is king, right? Literally. Okay. So our history has been rewritten so much, and we start finding truth with things that have been inscribed in stone and monuments. But that's only the surface level. That's just the billboard. And you and I know that the fucking billboard we're driving by on the side of the road is not the state of the world. That's just the fucking option in the world. I gotta let you know of this event, this big thing that happened. Just letting you know. So here's the record. But even then, some of those kings eschewed history. It's for science, astronomy, philosophy. This is why a multitude of subjects are required to truly do one's homework of history. Because when we compare everything, we're going to see one story that aligns. And a lot of time, everybody's narrative is something the fuck else. And we have to continually enter the chamber of healing from all the bullshit that we go through every single day. I've learned to kind of stay in that area throughout my life because I want to help heal others, because I'm aware all of this goes down. I'm aware that the winners, the victors wrote the narrative. I'm aware that the modern individual is not living life the way it should be done, all right? I don't care what advancement, what structure, what society is advanced at, but when a father and the mother cannot spend time with their child at free will at any moment to just chill out with them because they're too busy doing something else, something's fucked up in that society. When you got people starving in the streets, there's something fucked up with that society. There's some imbalance occurring. That's why it puts somebody out. And that's when I start looking at the bottom of things. And that's what I want to support. That's what I want to help. And that's where I see to create some real balance. I mean, like I said this before, and I'll just say it again, but I just, I know it happens on a scale of things, but I could imagine for like a whole year, like sports athletes. You get all your fancy money, you get all your everything, but sports are canceled for a year, and now you go into a community and you help the community with all your superpowers because you're a fucking giant, and the amount of good stuff you can do with the speed, dude, you can change the entire community's whole world in like just being wishful thinking. It's just ideas I have. That's all. It's just ideas. I'm not saying people need to do my ideas or anything like that. Because there are people, they do exactly that. They go in and they work some miracle and some wonder and they change people's lives. I'm just saying instead of one at a time, we need to do it like 1,000 at a time. We got a lot of work ahead of us. And it ain't no work to really profit from. It's just a balance to create. Karen Clayton, I know it's a ways back, but said thank you for the experience sharing, etc. You're making so much sense to me. In fact, most probably wouldn't believe how much. Zonda said I've been homeless for 14 years. I hope things can change for you and may the blessings arrive swiftly that conditions can shift. There's a lot of things in life. This is look, Zonda, for yourself and for others that may be homeless or know homeless individuals or been there in their past. Speaking with you, my brothers and sisters, in this moment. Um, and what I have found upon my journey is that there. Okay, I'm going to start there. In India, there are a lot of people that would look they're on their spiritual journey. They have a particular name, verbiage, and they are on a legit spiritual journey. Their course of action is completely opposite than the temple, than the majority. They are the homeless and the beggarly, but they're very much on a spiritual journey. And there are individuals in this western side of the world who are very homeless and they don't realize that they're on this journey. In the western part of the world, I like to term people as what I've seen them to be as shaman initiates. They've been a shaman in their past lives. They work towards it of being in a past life, and this lifetime, they just need to go through the ceremonial processes and do the personal work, and they'll progress. And boom, they can be the shaman, fully aware and active, able to do what they do. And so I find a lot of individuals like yourself, myself in those times, um, where we've been sent to, there's spiritual work to do. There's people to help, not necessarily to an advantage of ourselves, but so that other people can have the chance to offer God a hand, to see if the rich could be humble and meek. And those experiences can come in a multitude of ways. And by us saying yes to something that we weren't naturally inclined to, but we elevated our character, we healed an old wound, perhaps within ourselves and within that very environment then and once. And other people are freed from that energy. And when other people, I've literally been in an area before, a multitude of times, one very much in particular. And let's just say I followed my heart and I did one good thing after another. And then all of a sudden, this is years after being there, and all of a sudden, I mean, people had been there for 7 years plus, and they just couldn't leave. That was their life. That was they practically, the way I heard it and saw it, they were gonna die there. Like that was it. And out of all the work I did at a particular juncture, all of a sudden people are folding up shop, they're selling their business, they're liquidating their inventory, they're getting the fuck out of Dodge, they're moving out. Even the person that been stuck there for them 6, 7 plus years, they moved out too. I saw everybody move, and then I was like, shit, and then it was time for me to move out. And so that spiritual work, that shamanic work, that initiatory work was kind of on the par and level of Hercules, the trials of Hercules. You know, you got to go take out them 12 trials, those 12 things, or whatever the case, you know. And there's each one, Perseus is his, each one kind of, each one, there's a story for each one. And that's what I found. And as I continually did that at each one of my environments, homeless or not, literally, um, it moved me from one place to the next and allowed my path to progress. And the last note I will mention on that topic is that stillness, while can be positive, a body of water that has no ability to flow or be filtered can become very stagnant. Stagnant conditions are going to create things that do not allow growth or anything like that. So be aware. I'll just put that one on there. Be aware of situations that can stagnate, and flee from those kind of situations or aspects, so that you can grab on to the next leg of your journey in the most blessings of good of ways. Thank you, Kimari 420. Here's one to yourself. Some Irish fella 1704. If you're still around, he said, "Can you give me a shout out in Ireland?" Boom, boom. Drew Peacock. Drew Peacock. What's up, Drew? Drew Peacock. Check this out. Check what I got out on me, bro. If you're still here. Thank you, Maury Downey. Thank you, Tristan. So this necklace used to be, these pieces come down like it has a portion where it loops through. Here, I'll show you closer. Okay, so this was all one, on one necklace, and I had got it for a birthday, right? It was real special. And then I've always been wanting the Egyptian necklaces, okay? And, but I don't want to just buy one. And so this is a double braid. So these ones are actually locked in place because of how thick it is. That took a little extra effort. This was a gift from somebody, which their mom and dad had went to Egypt, and mom and dad had since passed away, and but they gave this to me. So boom, that's on there at the there, and then we got the ankh. Um, but essentially, yeah, I haven't made the green one double thick, so that still slides back and forth. So I need to fix that. And then I also have a stone here hanging, and these portions, like right here, there's coins. The coins are supposed to hang here, but it didn't look correct. I didn't like to look at what it had with the double kind of thing. And so I have just different trinkets and stuff that I want to hang from these ones, so that like it can expand to be more. Um, but I've tried to do this before, but then I wind up adding so much weight that like it's more cumbersome, and I don't wind up wearing it often. This one so far, it's a good weight, it's a good balance, it's a good spread out. Um, and so it's thank you on that compliment. I appreciate that. Cobb Quartervis, bro is never sneaking up on anyone. Like I don't I don't want to sneak up on nobody. I don't need to anymore. If I want to talk to somebody, I want to look at somebody in the eyes. I want to chat with somebody. I want to. The divine needs an entrance, and I ain't calling myself the divine, but the divine energy itself needs to be represented. And at least for my part, this is how I engage life on the regular to uh, inspire, show something new. I don't have to get paid to be me. You know, I don't have to get paid to get a reward for doing something I love to do. I'd do it regardless. I care less. All the much better if I could eat better, keep a roof over my head. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, shoot, thank you. What's my religion? I mention this often. Um, Learn from all sources, belong to none of them. I share this often. Learn from all sources, belong to none. When you belong to one, you choose a side. When you choose a side, then you're stuck to saying their narrative. If you can only say one narrative, then that's like being stuck on a puzzle board. And, well, the puzzle board is there for your section of an island. I mean, the whole thing does go together. But you're like, no, this is all I see. It's only green. But that's because you're looking at the field of grass below. You're not looking up at the blue sky above that has not yet been assembled yet. So we must look elsewhere to see the whole picture and not just simply at our own little puzzle piece that is so exquisite. We got to see how it balances and fits with everything else. And you know, you could have hands and eyes and a brain, but if you got no feet and stomach and body and skin to connect all those things, you know, like, well, then I mean, you're just kind of not making any progress. I find that's what people do. They focus on saying, just this, and they really, for all the gains that they do make, they could have made 100-fold more if they just did what was in their own teachings of loving thy neighbor, of being kind to nature, of having some fucking morals in life and not letting money make every choice for you. So don't follow me. Don't follow any person. Follow your heart. Follow what lines up with your heart. Follow your gut. Your gut will speak up when it says, "Yo, bro, this ain't cool." Your gut will definitely speak up. The more you listen to your gut and your heart, the more your mind will be like, hey, yeah, the gut and the heart, I feel these two are flowing together. Let's go with that. That's not what I would naturally do, but you know what? That's a good idea. And you learn to follow your spirit rather than your animalistic instinct. I had an animalistic instinct as I was younger. What I want, what I desire, what pleases me. Rawr. That's what I'm going after. But then as I got older and I started processing more, then I said, whoa, hey, don't, pick your battles. Oh, that has big meaning all along the long. If you walk in a long journey, if we're going for the long game, pick your battles is very important. We cannot expound energy, losses, all of that, resources on fighting if we're trying to make a long journey. We got to focus on making our journey, not conflicting, avoiding uh, um, things that are going to zap our energy. At least that's what I did for myself. Thanks, BBJ705. Mentioned I can't stop depression. I can't stop. Depression started what? Depression started. I can't stop depression. Started watching your videos in the hope of some enlightening um, information, so forth, so on. Haha, love these videos with my morning smoke. Fuck yeah, bro. Cool. Um, when you make this, let me add a word in. I'm not saying to change what you think, but I'm throwing it in there on the slide, but I'm being upfront with it. So he said, I can't stop depression. Add in at the end, add the word yet, Y-E-T. I can't stop depression yet. That leaves a window open. It's a possibility. Not saying we got a solution, we're just yet. Add the word in yet. I have not done this yet. I'm not good at that yet. Yet is a powerful motivator for the soul and the heart, despite its environment or current situation. Just add in 3 letters, yet. Okay, so I like this one. Dustin Michaels said, this world is not real, it's all encoded. There are different versions of reality. This is why I encourage you to follow your heart, to be your expression of the world, of how you wish to see it. Because when you embody that of your own frequency, you're actually putting new code into this world. You're creating a different reality for people. I mean, like you're doing um, you're essentially encoding a different version of reality, which, you know what? The old version, let's say it together, it sucks. It served its purpose, it did its time. Let's take the pros, the best things from it. Let's move forward. Let's do a new one. Like, come on, let's create this together. We don't have to say nothing together. I was never into saying anything together. Never. When I went to the Hindu temple, they were going over the words of power, the chants, the mantras, the Sanskrit, the ancient languages. I knew what they were doing, but I did not understand the technical details. And so, as I could, I learned the chant, I learned the information. I enjoyed going over those chants, over those hymns, over those blessings. That to me, that was actually, I was actually like doing that. But side note on all of that information. Oh, that's cool, Stephen. I'm gonna say somebody had made a comment like when money's not around, or like if like essentially like if the system crashed, right? Like what are you gonna do? And number one, there's a long game plan here altogether. But my win and my survival is not going to be on my own know how. I can know how to grow a garden, but people are going to find me, kill me when it grows, enslave me to do their bidding, force me to make so much crop for them out the year. You know, those kind of days, they could go any direction, quite literally. I don't have enough protection. I don't have enough resources to provide and protect. I mean, there's not going to be any law enforcement in that kind of a end world situation kind of a thing. Uh, and so in that, what I'm focusing on is community. Number one, in the beginning, people are going to lose their shit. Um, Give them 24 hours and they're going to start panicking. Things are going to start changing. It's going to be dodgeball season. And if you ever played dodgeball, I have. I really enjoy playing dodgeball. So essentially, I just hang out in the back when things kick off because people are going to run to the center. People are going to get tagged out. Plus, there's a whole bunch of people. You know, I try to do a 360 turn around, whatever the case, and I'm running into somebody, so I need room to be able to maneuver so that I'm not getting tagged out. You know what I'm saying? And so in this very regard, I just kind of hang out in the back. I'm gonna chill out. I'm gonna let some mayhem go down. Then when the streets kind of clear out, sound dies down. I know that there's some people kind of scope back. They kind of looking whatever. So I'm gonna pick an odd day out, evening, whatever, undercover, and I'm gonna move out. That's time for me to leave where I am, whatever little nest I have or been at. It's time for me to get the fuck out of Dodge, because somebody eventually they gonna come house to house and take whatever the fuck they want. That's regardless of what I have. I'm one person. I'm not a fucking army. So I'm going to travel until I find community. I'm going to find a community that I fit into, that I bring balance to, that appreciates my diversity, understands what I can actually bring to a whole. And in that, I've been very successful in life. That's what I have been doing, is finding where I do fit in, finding those who do care to actually be like, nah, we want this dude around, and then being like, all right, that's where I'm gonna get comfortable. I'm not going to hang around when people don't want me, because eventually that's why things go bad, is because people don't want me. What am I trying to do? Fight for the top, for control of a group of people that don't like me? This is fucking asinine. I processed shit pretty quick. That was, I don't know how young whatever I was when I thought of that, but it's an obvious to me. Um, Anyways, that would be my plans for in world situation, anarchy at hand. No laws survived. It's all like renegade shit, like. But that's not where we are right now in life, and hopefully, may we never get there. May that just be movies and some type of other world we manifest in another dimensional reality that's not really affecting people like we might think it would be, you know? I will be right back. I'm going to fill my coffee up and we are going to continue moving forward. I'll go over comments. I'm going to scroll to the bottom. I'm going to look at the latest comments. So if you got something bright or smart, and I mean that with all love, type it in there. I'll be happy to chat on it, mention it, whatever. Um, and if not, I'll just scroll past. And there's a lot of comments that I do appreciate, but I'm not trying to stick on the positive comments. But I do thank you for them. For those who do, much love, many blessings, all that good stuff. I will be right back in a very short moment. Could I make a visual for you, Meg? Uh, Meg, I'm not saying I'm gonna check my email right now, but there's my email just in case. I'm not asking you to share anything personal publicly. So there's my email just in case on that accord, cetra@yahoo.com. So they say, could you please make a ritual for me? What do you need or what do you want a ritual for? That's my question to you. End of commercial break. Thank you, Evie. You're awesome. I am Psychic Meg. I am a shaman. I am an oracle, a living oracle. When did I, Paul Welch asked, when did you uncover their game plan? DFC two hand 219. DFC 2129. If you're still here, you put, could you see, you want to leave community because you're been manipulated, you want to leave. Um, if you're still here, let me know, and I got something I'm gonna read. It's in English, so like you'll hear how lined up it is. And I'll tell you what, I read it for myself, and it works. Um, but let me know if you're still here or not before I read that. That's to DFC two hand 219. If not, then I'm no need for me to read it. When did I uncover their game plan on DFC two hand? You are here, okay. Alright. We're gonna go over something. So two hand, if you would just slow your breathing for a little bit. You just want to slow your breathing. If you can, if there's possibility of clearing the mind, clear the mind. If there's not possibility of clearing the mind, then don't even worry about it. Just focus on just slow your breathing. Don't even worry about the thought process or anything like that. There's nothing to learn or start doing in the moment. You just, anyways, do that for a moment if you don't mind, if you would please. When did I uncover their game plan? Let's see. I understood. Be specific. Between 8 and 10 months ago. Late 2025. Before 2026. And at that point, I already knew how to process communication on a multitude of levels, so with just my body. A psychic, you know, it's funny because somebody asked earlier, they said, are you a psychic? And I'm like, yeah. There's these people I knew, and they had video cameras and audio, or one or the other. They had one or the other. They had audio for sure. I don't know if they had video, maybe. But I was aware of what they were doing consciously, but I had not told them anything of my awareness. And I was just like, yeah, whatever, fine. And like, I'm aware people fucking do this shit, but like, this dude was actually listening through devices he had planted. And then the universe starts sending me freaking things on different platforms to buy a device to detect a camera, a hidden camera, or you know, something where a signal's coming from a object hidden in the room or something. And those, they just started coming to me out of nowhere. I didn't speak this to no one. I didn't search nothing. I did fucking nothing of the sort. No talking of it, nothing. All in my head, all in the noggin, all thought process. No notes taken, no fucking journaling, no nothing. And this shit starts coming to me out of the fucking digital platforms, and I'm just like I knew, I already knew, I already like. Thanks for letting me know what I already know. And then before I could actually save money to buy it, I wound up moving, finding somewhere else. Asked to move, asked to leave. It was kind of funny because they set up this one. They were like, "You need to pay this much," and I did not have no job or anything. And like all of a sudden, within like 24, 48 hours, boom, I had the money in my hands. I handed it to him, And then the next month they were like, they increased the amount, and like again the money just out of nowhere gave it to them, and then they increased the amount a third time, and I paid that, and then they were like, literally within 2 weeks or less after that, they were like, you got to find a new place to live. Like they were trying to get me to move by setting higher boundaries, but I just tell the spirit, like, this is the money I need. This is what I need. Like, this is what I'm coming up on. This is what I need. I'm telling you, this is exactly what I need. I'm not trying to get any extra. I'm not trying to hurt anything, but this is what I need. And the spirit's like, boom, here you go. I'd be like, thanks. And then I just hand it off to somebody else. And they, that success, I don't know. They, yeah, I'm a psychic. Cause my whole time I'm like, in my own head, I never asked the person this, but I'm like, why are you lying to me? I'm a fucking psychic. Why do you think you can fucking observe me through a technological device and not think I'm going to fucking know about it? I'm a fucking psychic. Like, you've experienced some magical shit around me, bro. Like, but I found that can both be a blessing and a curse. I see it as a blessing because ill motives send bad people away, but positive motives, truth just keeps them around. You know, good heart, truth just keeps them around. Bad, good or not, you know, like, yo, this ship be going down, and my mom be like, yo, the ship is going down, get the raft ready, you know, some shit like that. The communication's so important. But people up to no good, they don't tend to want to hang around me because I'm gonna pick on their up to no good. And then like the divine father and mother are gonna find out about that up to no good, and then they're gonna be like, and I'm gonna be like, what happened? But okay, two hand. I'm quite positive you're still here. Thank you very much, Soleto. Thank you, Karen. Boom, you are okay. Wonderful. All right. So I got something I'm gonna read, and there's some words you're not gonna understand, and there's some words that you're gonna be like, uh. But overall, pay attention to it all. And essentially, what it is Sekhmet, and I'll take you over. I'll show you Sekhmet here in a moment. And when I've been in a bad place, um, this literally making this contact, using this communication, using these words, uh, sent me away from a bad home, from homes that weren't good for me. And it didn't mean that I went to the best house after that or the best place after that. I had to go through many of those to kind of get where I am, as far as peace goes. Um, though it got me out of that situation, and that type of problem was not repeated. I was not in that bad situation anymore. And once I improved and worked on things with myself in that environment, I moved for one reason or another, good or bad. There was a reason that caused me to move, and there was a new set of information for me to understand and gather and develop. And on and on and on my journey's been to get me to the point where I found stability and peace. I know that happy times occur, I know that sad times occur, and everywhere there in between. And peace can exist no matter where I am on that emotional scale. My peace, I can grab it at any moment because I know balance is going to occur and things will stabilize into something positive. Now's the time to be patient, not worry and freak out. So, anyways, I'm gonna show you Sekhmet, and then I'm gonna come back. We're gonna come back and start reading this. When I start reading, if you'd like to, I would heavily suggest closing your eyes. And at the end of it, I'm going to play. I'm gonna strike a bell when I'm done. And when I hit the bell, um, if you're feeling good and the energy you're in, you can stay there in that energy for as long as you'd like, or you can open your eyes and boom, come back to the chat or whatever the case. But that would be my suggestion of really engaging with this protection, with this energy. Let me show you Sekhmet. So that's Sekhmet. She's a lioness. She's a protectress. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Rekhet, Lady of Phuket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasari, Lady of Dashar and Sahar, Mother in the horizon of Aru and Heaven, in the Atat boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nethanumet of Kamiel, Sekhmet, Lady of Flames, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, Eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikogateara, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellions, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethanum Devkamiel Shenyu, of the gods themselves, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nizar greater than all such, Sefiparam Hisrapu Tishtif greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasa greater than Past, Parahaka Kaparu greater than Mahat. Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amt of Aminta, Lady of Madnu, Lady of Sa of Rastol, Lady of Tepnef of Avakuth, Lady of Aru of Yavin, thou art the Neteret Amisesher, destroyer, upholder, thou art the terror before which fiends tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Tekaharesa pusaram dakarmen seviparam hisraputishtif, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power. Forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nethanum of Crimea Shernu. From the net of Kemenu, adoration rises unto thee, who makest sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nethanum of Kamiel Shinyu, mightier than the gods themselves, preserved beyond death, that secret name, O being called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, at the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourselves in thee. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 orsimitoki shabu banali sumtrina, orsimitoki shabu banali sumtrina, orsimitoki shabu banali sumtrina, abradabra, abradabra. Your life will change for the better tomorrow. Just accept the good things that happen, and be very careful not to boast. You don't need to boast. If you boast, you're going to shatter everything. No boasting. Just know. Know you got a good connection on the other side. I'm going to share something they wanted me to share with you, which is not something normal. It mentioned the Temple of Silence, and it mentioned encircling one. The only thing being spoken, the only thing being said, like the only thing allowed to be mentioned at the Temple of Silence is the encircling one. She encircles your soul as well as your flesh on an astral spectrum, on a vibrational frequency that no human, no divine being, no underworld creature, nothing has authority over you. She encircles you with the very flame of God Himself. And that's why you can walk how you're going to be walking, and that'll change. And that's something, again, uh, I'll say it one last time. With all the love of my heart, don't boast, but know that you got a mother and a father that no man can touch, and they always going to be looking after you. By relaxing, by being at peace, you allow more energy to flow, which allows them to create more miracles in your life. The more you tense up, the more you become anxious, the more you worry about things, you restrict the flow of things, and they are not able to create the miracles that they could otherwise. I'm telling you, this is all you got to do. This is how to notice a difference of your literal behavior and your good, easy path versus a hard, rough path. You can observe these things and like make choices accordingly. Live that good life happily. This is how it happened for me, and this is what they're saying about yourself. Um, and this is where we really allow. Ah, damn, you must be so much. This is why we do not act on anger. This is why we do not return tit for tat, nor sarcasm or anything of the sort for somebody doing us wrong. We keep doing good. Spiritual, physical manifestation comes from essentially emotional suppression and emotional activation. Okay, there's a duality going. There's an invert and an extrovert. There's a duality always coming. There's an intake and an output. This is man and woman, the two portions of our brain uniting, two polar opposites having a union. Okay, this is what I learned on the North side of things, and it was on the Egyptian side of things. Anyways, they word it differently for each their own, but each ancient system understands in this duality and being able to reconcile the duality of that. That's where we hit a singularity within ourself. That singularity is in knowing thyself. And in knowing thyself, we really get to connect and know with other individuals. And so when that expression, vengeance belongs to the Lord kind of thing, at least for myself, I don't act on those things ever. I don't care what goes through my head or anything. I'll act on those things. I guess that's why other people do, and that's why I got no problem when I see somebody handing justice from to somebody else. I'm like, yep, it's about right. I wouldn't have done it. That's not my character, my nature, but maybe they just expressed how I was feeling. So who am I to say who's right or wrong in each situation? You know what I'm saying? That whole thing about karma and all that. I learned karma got massively pissed off at me for a while because karma was trying to be like, boom, I'm serving this motherfucker exactly what they deserve. And I'd see the motherfucker and I'd look, oh, poor Job kind of person. And I'd run in as a healer and I'd be like, let me help you. And karma would be like, you motherfucker, what are you doing? They're supposed to fucking spin out right now. You're not supposed to, And I kept screwing with karma unknowingly. So then once I learned how to like communicate with karma a little bit, she was like, yo, back off when I'm working. And I'm like, I understand. I see your handiwork. Will do. I'll back off. uh, but no, that's Sacrament. And Sacrament really, she helped me get me out of a bad environment. She helped me get out of a bad home. Um, at each turn, when I discovered it was in a good place, I'd cry out to her, and shit changed the next day. I'll tell you what. Some instances, oh my God, she acted within hours, which is not a normal response time. It's fast. It's fast. Usually, you make a prayer, you say something, you're like, "Yo, my wife's here," and then you wait, and then that thing happens, and your life kind of can shift. I've seen pow, 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 like lightning striking in the same spot over and over. I'm taking fucking bets. It's gonna hit right there. Thank you. I'm just kidding. I don't bet. Actually, you want to hear a funny story? I'll share a funny story with you. So I used to be in the Renaissance world, and I dressed more. My skirt choice was a little bit different back then. Anyways, and people would see me from behind, and they would think I was a chick. And this dude, my hair was down to the middle of my back and everything. And there was this dude, and he was taking bets from people, and the bet was that people thought I was a chick, and this dude would go acting all naive. I bet you X amount, I bet you $20. It's a dude, and they're like, "No way!" Did he play and act along or whatever the case? So obviously he'd be winning all this fucking money. I found out about it. I was like, that's fucking stellar. You make a fucking buck, go for it. That's fucking genius, if you ask me. There's a nature of your being that you don't even think about, and it's a fucking it's a moneymaker. It's nothing wrong, it's nothing bad, it's nothing immoral, it's nothing degrading, it's nothing of this nature. But I'm saying you have a natural ability, you have something that you're good at, that you just do, that you just embody and do in the somebody like you see that they be like ba 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 they'd be like they'd be like like $5.99 to get in and ba 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 check out the new act. And you're like just doing what you do. And we're all trying to do something to spread some awareness of some sort, empower each other. If you're trying to make a buck, trying to improve your life, whatever you're doing, following that heart. There's a way to live off of that. There's a way to make that in some scope or some way to where you can do what you need to and not necessarily have to create some financial nest that supports this, but learn how to float and live and travel and be. I mean, how can you be an explorer and be like, I'm staying at home? That doesn't work. If you're an explorer, you got to get out and go explore. And that means you're not staying in one place. You're moving, you're looking in places you never looked before. Ah. Karen, do you know who that was? It said booted. If so, just send me an email if you don't mind. Thanks. Or maybe you just got booted by the system, like by a bit, like a thing. I might have misinterpreted that. Uh, Honestly, the beginning of my journey, um, when I started my journey off, like before I started my journey off, I was massively influenced by by gypsies. Um, there was something I saw and I connected with on the gypsy side. I was a Jehovah's Witness growing up, and there was something I saw on the gypsy side of things that I didn't even understand, but like my heart was just forever connected with. And then throughout my life, people will be like, "You a gypsy?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I'm doing something correct." I never like went into the community or whatever per se, or like technically knew somebody. Maybe I did, I guess. You know what I mean? Like being a gypsy isn't exactly being like I'm a gypsy. I mean, like an outsider, like a person on the outside. Yeah, they're that, they're this, whatever. But when you live in something, you're kind of not thinking that way. At least for myself, when I'm living something, that's not how I'm thinking. That's not my thought process. I'm looking at values and qualities of character and other things to embody. Then, anyways, you can kind of follow that flow. I hope. Um, Okay, cool, cool, cool. Uh, here you go. Just in case, and to change things up there. There you go. Going pretty good. Living Dead Girl said, so it was the Romani people most influenced you. That's cool. Like, there's definitely connections from all the place over. Sylvia said you were a JW. Yeah, I was born and raised for 27 years, but I'm not anymore, obviously. Like, um, and there's a lot of things that I completely do not do so as to avoid those horrible some horrible habits they can really try to instill into individuals. And so I knocked those out. I learned how to create new habits, and I learned how to rewire my brain, because essentially they had my brain wired a particular way of thinking. And after my mom's passing and other things happening, well, I learned how to create new pathways in the mind, and how to use ancient languages and their root word meanings, and a lot of research in that degree, and using sound and gongs and so forth and so on, and different ceremonial processes. A lot of ceremonial processes are, look, here's an amazing secret. You want a big secret? Okay, so I'm gonna tell you straight up, and it's real. It's real as you could. It's real. You're probably not going to find this online. Maybe you do, but if you know the people, you know is. Anyways, I'm just going to share it. So, we're talking about sound ceremony. Okay, so the ceremonies like at temples that they perform. Okay, this ceremony has survived for like thousands and thousands of years, and like you would think that it's an idol that they're doing the ceremony on too. Now, what's technically happening is that the ceremony upon the stone, yes, the stone can resonate and it can like bring out that energy. However, what it was technically for was practice, for the priests to practice. So when the shaman initiate knew who they were ready for that transition, that portion of their journey, that aspect of their incarnation of being, then they move out the stone, put the person, the shaman initiate, in place, and perform the ceremony. The ceremony, the sound, the stone, the resonance, the song, all of it, the chanting, all of it, all of it activates dormant energy, latent, um, uh, latent, latent abilities, essentially like dormant energies, dormant abilities. It activates these centers in the body because the individual has actually done all the requirements in their life to unlock it. So the ceremony literally is the magic, the process of rewiring the brain and the body to attune to this new fucking wave. Boom. And then ceremony done. Shaman initiate is now a shaman embodied as that energy and truly carrying and walking with that activation. And of course, what comes along with that is a lot of responsibility and all that good stuff and whatnot. Um, this is what I learned, and this is like what I started doing is formulating my own process using a multitude of systems, and being able to reshape the direction of my mind and my life and all that good stuff. And really, a lot of the ancients, what it gets down to is being able to change one's destiny. Sekur Neter means the divine plan on the Kemetic, on the Egyptian side, which means that we can literally every single night rewrite the divine plan. We can rewrite a new destiny. On the Indian side, they have their own system of understanding this exact reality. and on and on and on. And anyways, that's the kind of stuff I started jumping into, and truly, to be stuck in one form of thinking will block being able to truly grasp all of who one is. And so that's why remembering one's origins is so important. Remembering where one is from is so important, because from the roots all the way to the produce of the fruit, the whole tree is one in its processing of all of that good stuff. Keek 95. Yes, you're correct. Meg as well. Yes, you're correct on that snake, on that Kundalini, on that energy. And Keek 95, they typed in, I feel like trauma creates some extra abnormalities within the brain to create some interesting pathways or something like that. I'm no expert, obviously, lol. And I, I never am trying to encourage that one get traumatized to learn anything. I think there's enough trauma and pain in the world, and it is my desire, hope, and I've seen it happen, where some people did not need to necessarily, they did not need to go through the trauma. They were able to get the update and really kind of learn instantly without having to go through the situation or repeating it. They could really accept the lesson in the moment and skip that trauma portion, and yet stay spiritually advanced in making leaps and bounds on that kind of a wavelength and connection of things with each other and humanity, everything. And so, like, I see a future that can be different than our past. At least for my generation, and those along with me, that trauma is very consistent along with opening up pathways. Many people wind up, when those pathways are open, many people are on the negative side of things, so they create negative pathways. But if one is optimistic, then they're going to create positive pathways in the moment. And so, certainly, Keek, you're someone who, in that moment, you've been optimistic throughout your life. And so, even in that moment for you, you were able, like myself, to turn that negative experience into a positive connections within the whole network of the self to create some real good results in life. And so, um, glad to meet you. Glad to see you. Actually, even to this day, I don't want blood from nobody else. I'm good on that. I don't care for transfusions. I don't care for none of that. Um, I've been working on my blood for a good long while. You take it, put it under a microscope, it's gonna look pretty nice compared to other strands the doctor's seen. Um, and as far as a tragedy in which that would happen, well, I'm not saying, my flesh is my flesh and it bleeds if you cut it, and it's not indestructible or nothing. But I have seen some wonders, and I have been in some spots where disaster happened, just literally feet in front of me, and slid right by me. And literally moments later, the accident happens right down at the first light, first intersection, first light right down. And it wasn't even a major intersection, but it was still an intersection with a light there. And essentially the spirit told me, he said, we got behind you and in front of you covered. You go where we need you to go. Don't worry about nothing else. I said, shit, you got it, bro. So, when my day comes, and I'll be happy to move on from this earth to the next because my mama and my daughters, I already seen their souls standing right there next to my grandfather and my uncle. And they told me, they said, pack your bags. We're getting your room ready. So whenever that day comes, hopefully distantly in the future, whenever it comes, I got family to move right on to where my heart truly belongs. And everything else I do on this world is as much good as I can do for there is no family, there are no like personal ones on that level. To do what I do for kind of in this capacity. There's different people for, but that's I got a couple friends out in this whole world, and it's nice. It's nice to have a couple good old friends that you can actually consider brothers and family to some capacity, and things aren't weird. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Things don't get weird. Interesting, Paul. Interesting history, dude. But yeah, no, none of my family, none of my blood relatives talk to me, and none of them want to be my family anymore. They were like, "Don't ever talk to me again." I like we're nothing. I'm like, "Oh, okay." It just showed how powerful my mother was. My mother like kept everything together. They were nice to me. See, like, okay, here's the reality of what happened. Everybody was nice to me because my mother like was a fucking dominating hero out of who knows what, man. She'd be like jumping in like the hero out of nowhere with her sword and be like, "Bah, I got this bitch," and you know what I'm saying? Like literally, she'd be like, "Just let me know, I'll take care of it." And there is one situation, and uh, essentially we had no lawyer or anything like that, and we go in, and without a lawyer, my mom like she played my ass. All right, she played me, but shoot, we came. I'm just gonna say we scored big and didn't have to pay nobody else. Shit, my mom was a champ. Fuck, some stuff you would have needed to pay somebody to do, she just become it. Fuck that. And and when she passed on, my whole life went away. I realized she was protecting me from everybody. She was protecting me. She let me live my life of happiness and goodness. And when she was gone, the moment she was gone, the whole world said, "Fuck you, we don't like you, get out of our life." Whoa, hold on. For 27, 28 years of my life, these motherfuckers I thought were blood. Family to the end. Religious brothers and sisters till we are in the new heavenly pearly gates are turning on me because I said something that was in my heart about my mom. I've been around. They didn't even like me. They never even liked me. Not like that. They never liked me. They were nice to me because my mom was gonna fuck them up if they weren't. That's why they were nice to me. My mom was gonna make their life a living hell. She protected the fuck out of me. And yeah, when she passed on, my whole life, I was able to see people for who they were, which made me pay attention, very close attention, to whoever I got to next. And then I met somebody that was 13 years older than me, and I spent 8 years with this person, and they essentially tore my heart apart. I mean, I served my heart on a silver platter and gave them the utensils and said, "Do as you will." And they were a art master with cutting up a heart. I tell you what, they were a surgeon with a scalpel. I tell you. And they took that one to town, and my soul sat back, paid attention to everything they did, every mannerism, every kind of lie, every trickery, every deceit. Instead of challenging it, instead of taking physical note of it, I just observed. I observed. I saw the patterns, the behaviors, the actions, one inconsistency lining up with another inconsistency, which became a consistency in of itself. And so then I was like, this is how people really are in the world. This is the worst enemy I can find in the world. Interesting. It was not about being in a relationship. It was not about a gender. It was not about any of these things. It was the fact that this energy could exist in my dad and in a lover, in a stranger, in a brother, in anybody. It's infectious. And this is a person without a foundation is they result to these types of behaviors. They don't have a foundation to land upon, so they just learned how to react to the world and bully it into submission. And that's when I started navigating people around me beyond what they could understand. And since that was the case in circumstance, then I mean, I was on no ground to explain anything to anybody. Like, there was an option: stick around and suffer the consequences, or leave and at least not suffer any consequences. Maybe I have less cookies to eat because they bake cookies all the time. So now I don't have so many cookies to munch on. Well, fuck it. I'll go on a goddamn diet. Screw it. Maybe I had too much sugar, so my soul take a break. Fuck it. Screw the damn cookies. I'm not going to suffer the consequences. But that started leading to a pretty good, bright future for myself. Well, that'll never happen again on that account. Right on, Bebop. When a herd animal yelps, it's pretending to be the victim. Be careful with your words. That's a fact right there, man. I tell you what. Kabbalah, yeah, Thomas, definitely into the Kabbalah. The map of the tree of life, seeing the tree of life within each person, whether they've activated it or are living by it yet, but knowing that that is what exists within them, and knowing sometimes maybe they just need a fresh seed, a living seed. Maybe they just need some water. Maybe the fire needs to be stoked nearby so somebody can tend to their tree of life. I don't know, but whatever it needs to be, definitely with you on that regard. I like looking at the Egyptian understanding and oracle system of it, but yeah, I mean it's truly the same cross no matter who you're looking at it from. I mean, you could use multiple systems like I have to see that tree in its totality. What's up, Austin? Austin Johnson? Austin Johnson said, "What's up, cousin? You streaming as if you're a real cousin and you know me?" Well, if you put it in the chat or not, here's my email just in case. But yeah, I'm live every single day, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're a different portion of the world, that would be -4 GMT, 5 a.m. Um, every single day, 5 hours each day at least. At least that's what I've been doing, back to back to back to back. Enjoying that, yeah. Symes Portugal mentioned what is the design symbolize of my eye makeup, if you're around or not. Connecting with Sekhmet, the lioness, the divine mother, connecting with the sun and the moon, the masculine and the feminine. Um, and there's more to it, but that's what I'm just going to throw out in the beginning. And there's something I saw the other day in a video somewhere. It's not my original idea. It's not my original idea, but like maybe I did have this idea years back, but I'm always dressed up, okay? I'm always dressed up. I got something on. I got my bracelets on all the time. I got bells on me, I got bells in my hair back here. I got these two pieces, I got bells right there, you know. I always got my cap on. You know what I'm saying? And then somebody was like, I'm always, they were like, think about it. Whatever outfit you die in, that's what you'll wear forever. So make sure you got a good outfit on because you might just be your last outfit forever. So put something good on. You don't want something plain and junky. Come on, man. We gotta have some options. uh, it's good. It's good stuff. Thank you. Yes, yes, Evie, absolutely. And you know what? Authenticity is the highest vibration. So dressing as you feel is you will only do you very good. Exactly, like when I went to school when I was younger, like you could have certain days you could wear whatever you wanted to, and then there was like a guideline to stick within for my age range. And then like after I was out of school, I'm using a lot of honey because I haven't drinking any honey or any sweeter. I've just been drinking it black. So I'm gonna go with extra honey this time, make it super sweet, 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 sweet. Um, But then some places they got like freaking uniforms. You got like freaking tan pants and white shirt. What the hell is that, man? What the fuck is that? That's horrible. That's whoever did that, man. They need to get punched in the face or something. I'm not a violent person, but whoever the fuck came up with that idea, I'd paint a rainbow on my shirt. I'd be like, sorry, I got pastel colors spread all over me again. I turned my whole outfit into a goddamn fucking thing. I'm serious. Sorry, I carry little pastels everywhere. I just can't stack. I'm not going to color on the walls. I'll get in trouble. Are you kidding me? So I color on my clothes. Fuck you. And here's a new idea to the phrase "fuck you." So fuck, if you didn't know it or not, was this little thing, this little machine, and it goes and it puts a hole in the ground, and then it puts a seed inside the hole. So you could do a plant, right? So then, if you say "fuck you," then you're planting a hole in somebody's brain, metaphorically speaking, and putting a seed, an idea. Boom. So now they're forced to think about it. But you do it with goodness and love and happiness or something. It doesn't have to be bad stuff. It's, distraction is a powerful tool. That's what I learned from the enemy. The enemy is those who would not want you to succeed because they'd rather stay in control. And all they can really do is slow you down. They can't really, they can just distract you with shiny things. So if you're not distracted, well, then you can succeed. And the less distracted you are, the faster you can succeed. Life is your choice to be an experiencer or a creator. You don't need $1,000,000 to create. Kind of like Evie was saying, just need to be authentic. Just you. That's enough. People are tired of seeing a show trying to sell something, trying to mask it over. Buy my thing. I'm selling you this. I'm selling you that. Well, I'm kind of trying to say get into ancient stuff, but anyways. Oh, sweet. Holy sin. What do you mean by dueling? Pulling cards? I did see that comment earlier, but I had no clue what you meant by dueling, and I did not stop to ask. But since you put it in a second time, then I'm to Holy Sin 5879. What do you mean by dueling? You said, why did you stop dueling? Dealing, pulling cards. I do shift through things. Um, Gotcha. Dueling. That's acceptable. Gotcha. Gotcha. Now you're good. Um, I would love to get back into it actually. So I got my sword, and I would love to get back into sword work with somebody. Um, I would love to. I'm in Michigan. If anybody has their own, you know, but what there's a particular art that I haven't exactly known the people to really kind of connect with. I haven't been jumping into other communities or anything like that on that regard, but I would like to. Hence, back in the day, what I really kind of had the sight of doing and enjoyed doing was learning the art, as a martial art. And then, literally, as I kind of learned it, if you're on the battlefield, you're going to kind of have a playbook of strategies, of sequences, of techniques that you can move from here to there depending on what happens and at each juncture. You don't go into a battle just without a strategy. You have a strategy, you got a playbook, you have a system of techniques, and a multitude of those to engage individuals just in case somebody was watching you and saw your pattern. Guess what? If you knew somebody was watching you, you better pull a different strategy from the get-go, or else they're going to fucking adapt and take you out. Okay, so like you got to be on your toes on that regard. And so what I personally like to do was, now hear me out, is to essentially choreograph a set of techniques, such as that I learn, put together myself, saw sequences that others put together, and put those sequences together to make it even a little bit longer for my own type of game plan as far as sword work goes. Like sword work on the battlefield, and there's dueling would be like to first blood. So there's particular techniques in sword work you're not going to employ in the 16th century, hence the 1500s, that otherwise in the 1400s, hence the 15th century, in battle and warfare, we're going to be employing these because I want to kill a motherfucker as fast as I can. I'm not looking to save them, spare them, or anything. I need to kill someone and move on to the next person. I got to do this 1,000 times if I can, because if I don't, then I'm gonna be dead. So like, um, and so in that regard, I developed my own strategy, which oh my god, I love sword work with another person. No gloves, no armor, no nothing like that. But each person knowing their limits and not being carried away. Each person knowing their techniques, knowing what we're fully doing. But even at the last moment, yo, I know that dude didn't pick up his sword, and I fucking stop at centimeters away from contact with their body. Why? Because I trained over and over and over and over at full speed to stop on a dime. I trained to go all the way, like I trained through and through and through to live this shit. And now in a choreographed manner, I can actually work another person's dynamic, and I can stay in tune so that like if the end of the world happened, I wouldn't do it, like cops and life and stuff still civilized. I'm not talking about that. But like if the world was like fucking in pure chaos, right, and all that shit was gone, and I happen to have my sword and get into, I would definitely have my sword and happen to have, I could have a sequence of techniques to be able to use and pull from something I trained for years. I was able to dress up, entertain people, and a sequence of techniques I was able to do. And there was one sequence I worked on so consistently that shit, I can pull that without even thinking about it and go through that footwork and sword work and so forth and so on. Um, but I would like to get back into it. I would like to get back into the sword work. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. What's up, Gray Collar? Gray Collar Golf. So I was born in Detroit. I'm in Michigan. Not too far away from Detroit. Evie said you would totally train with me. Swords. Ha. Yeah, I'm into Licia Hour. Yeah, 14th century combat sword work. Um, I had a whole suit of armor, a bunch of that stuff. If people joined or were not, this is my current sword, and essentially like you can buy training sword. It's blunted, so it's not sharp, but you can buy like they call them trainer swords, um, or wasters because the sword's gonna break down. You can get those for like a couple $100 or whatever. This one was like 600 and something. Albion swords. I'll put it in the chat log. But Albion swords, they make historically accurate replicas, and the function, it's like lifetime warranty. Like you're not gonna destroy the sword very easily. Um, but they're amazing in their actual working of how historically accurate they are in their functioning and everything. And I enjoy this sword work a whole lot. It's very physically engaging. It works all of the stomach network and everything, the stomach core, the arms, a proper sequence. Here's like sword work for people that don't know. Like, okay, so a baseball bat, you kind of you're swinging the whole thing. You know, everything's kind of coming through, right? Well, with a sword, your your entire force has its sequence of coming out, but like your sword's gonna come forward, and as you come forward, like when you get within range, you do this push pull motion, and so you get this snap that happens. So you have all the force of your energy of you running forward and everything coming forward, and then at the very end, the attack with all the strength behind it has this whip, like a fucking right at the end, and it really fucking just. It's like driving a bullet through in its sting and its strike, versus a full on just swing through. So you know, that was all very much a distinct art, body functioning. It's good for exercising, stretching, using all those muscles in the body nowadays and stuff like that. So I enjoy the physical aspect of it myself. That's very cool, Keek. Stacy Davis. I've had people ask me, but I know I didn't have somebody come back and ask me a second time and say, please. James Walden said, send me a PDF copy of your book. Well, you gotta send me an email. I put my email in there, I put my email again. There's my email. Boom. If you did send me an email yesterday, I would have responded to it. I do go to bed a bit early, so I do check the email every 24 hours, and I do send back. And I've had people be like, "Yo, you didn't respond to my email," and I'm like, "Actually, I did. Go check the responses." And they're like, "Oh shit, you did." I do check the spam and all that good stuff. But shoot me another one. No, it's cool. No, I don't have a girlfriend. I haven't had a girlfriend. I keep thinking something's happening and nothing ever does happen. And the way I've kind of looked at it for a long time is the first one that shows up in person is the one that's it's supposed to be. Because I try to get a girlfriend. I try to have a girlfriend, more like a wife, a divine wife, somebody who I could match on the spirit side of things. And I wanted that to happen before I hit this moment in my life, because I didn't want this moment in my life. And then get with somebody just because they see something they think I have or whatever. I don't have fucking money. I'm not like that. I mean, I'm able to do what I do and so forth and so on, but I'm not people's fucking image of husband or whatever that's supposed to look like. Like, I know my divine path, and for my life and what it's been, it's more important about what I'm doing with my life rather than taking a side quest. And so a relationship would be a spiritual um, opening, a spiritual door opening, more than just a kind of relationship. But I did be bigger than just myself, that's for sure. And I'm not, I'm a very dedicated person, just one to one. But uh, shit, some things you just try so hard for. Some things you're good at. I can get coffee in my life. Sometimes I can get some maple syrup or honey and cinnamon to throw in there, which I got in there. I can usually get coffee in my life. But all that extra stuff, like usually, I don't know. That has not been a focus or a sequence that I've cared to keep striving in. Because if I pick up a video game and I just keep fucking losing at it, like just every single time it kicks my ass, I even put it on easy and it's kicking my ass. I'm just like, what the. Maybe I'm meant to play that video game later, but right now I'm gonna find something else to do. No. For years, the answer's been no. Uh, People ask me all the time how old I am, and I'm like, I'm in my 40s. But when I see my age, it's kind of hard to deny it. But I'm 41 as well. It's cool. One thing I've learned how to do is just be me in life. There was this whole construct I had years ago, and I never stopped doing it. Once I got this idea in my head, I was like, shit, I'm doing it. And also, I'll even say, and then years later, like after I've been doing it for years, then I see it come out with that movie Rio with the bird who doesn't know how to fly. And but I saw this David Attenborough documentary about these birds, these exotic birds, and like there's this one scene, this bird's all black and it's got this like bright blue, and it like goes out into this oval shape, and it's like hopping in this circle, and these other birds with all these different feathers, and he's like, these are the males, and they're dancing to attract a female, and I was like, oh, that's what I gotta do in life, be as unique as I fucking can. So I went on this big ass journey, and then I forgot what I did it for, and I got to learn all these other ways and understandings and miraculous kind of things in life, and I was like, whoa. And I just kind of stayed right there, and that's where I've been. That's where I stay focused. Um, when I try to do something, everything starts falling apart. That's why I do what's natural to me. See you later, Karen. Thanks, Evie. I was looking right at I was looking right at the chat log, and somebody was like, "This is idolatry," and like right there, you deleted the message, and I was like, "Oh, thank you." To you, Evie. I was like, oh. "You want an idol? Here's your idol." Like the dude's dead. It's not brought back to life. I mean, are they gonna come out with a 3D? I'm being silly, and maybe I shouldn't, but they're gonna come out with a 3D cross? You didn't hear about it? hmm It's like the the 3D images that could come out, like, right. So it's gonna be like Jesus dead, and then he's like, whoa! He starts singing. He's all alive. He starts dancing. It's gonna be $49.95. I mean, if you can't laugh at something, how can you really move forward in life? That's all I'm saying. Um, Louisiana, what's up? I love it. Listen, listen, look at this beautiful. This is beautiful. Holy sin. Holly sin. It's not holy sin. There's an extra L. Holly sin. 5879 says, I'm a Christian, but I sure don't preach that way. Pop, 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 pop. I love you. That's great. Uh, Louisiana's cool. I've been to Louisiana a couple times. No, you're cool. Most definitely. Thank you, James. Good comment. That's why good friends are important in this life. And there's a lot of people like us out in the world. And so, like, I think it's Stacy, if I'm not mistaken. Very good to meet you. This is the reality in our world, is that there's more people than just us out there. There's a lot more than just us. And that's like, I've seen this for a good long while. But there's a group of us in this world who are starting to find each other, and we don't want a fucking name. We don't want a fucking group. We don't want to fucking follow nobody. We know exactly what we're supposed to do. There's some people we get along with, and why do we get along with them? Because they flow like we do. They went through the journey that we went through, and somehow, some way, they grabbed the positive lesson out of that shitty experience. And that's where we really come together. That's where we really find our bond, because we can both overcome that obstacle. We know we have a strategy or a system to be able to work and adapt to whatever's going to fall before our feet, so that we're not tripping up on it, but hell, even maybe dancing over it or around it. And that's helping those people see, helping us see that we are not by ourselves in this world, that there's actually a group of us, not by any classification of generational beings. There's some people that, they don't fit into that grouping as far as year, but they have that thinking, they're adopting that thinking, they're becoming of that way of being. And not saying that they're doing what we're saying, but they found their own system to be able to navigate life and still be a good person. It's not crazy hard to be a good person. Just means speaking the truth and letting the chips fall where they are. Did you have to sugarcoat it so the person treated you better? Why don't you just tell them the truth and let them know who the fuck you are? Just own who you are. When I was younger, the upperclassmen, I had a connection with them, and they taught me, they instilled into me, don't be a poser, man. That is not cool. I got that smacked out of me real fast, metaphorically. I didn't get beat up or nothing, but they addressed that real quick to me, and I learned real quick not to pose, not to do things that I wasn't. But to be honest, no, I don't know about that. You know what I'm talking about? No, I don't know what you're talking about. And then the person keeps talking, and I'm like, I literally said, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And you kept talking. That means you ignored my response. That means you're not listening to me. That means if I actually do have something to say to you, you're not going to listen to me anyways. I got to go grab a bite to eat. Bye. And I'm going to walk away. As soon as I recognize that, I don't even give a shit, to be courteous and let them finish. Fuck it. They're gonna ignore me. I might as well ignore them. And my ignoring means I'm fucking hungry. I could give a shit less if that's the truth or not. I just need to get the fuck out of there right now. And I don't want to do it in a mean way. I'd rather leave it nicely. So that's what I chose to say. Take care, Stacy. Ah, absolutely be love. That's cool, Renegade. They said I have a 16th century mortuary sword. It has a beautiful handguard, which is also designed for close combat to punch an enemy. Also, a metal pommel on top of the handguard capable of piercing helmet or armor. That's cool, bro. Am I on any substances? I got the vape pen, I got some, like, the weed, but that's it. I I don't even have a cigarette. I might have a cigarette later today, but I haven't even had tobacco today. I'm on coffee. More coffee, please. Please, could I have more coffee? Gotta finish what I have first. Hold on. Oh, that was sweet. That was the honey. That was a lot of honey. But I wanted some sweet. It's like I enjoy my bitter. I don't usually go with the sweet route. Usually going with the bitter stuff. I don't know. People thought Shiva was high. They thought he was on some substance that he shouldn't be on, feeling as good as he did in a world full of so much chaos and misery. But a spiritual connection, contentment, a little bit of silence can certainly bring in a whole lot of peace. And that peace is going to bring happiness and everything. It's going to bring everything you want. Because everything fluctuates. Sometimes there's times to be sad. You don't want to be happy and jumping around when a funeral's going on. You know what I'm saying? There's a time and season for everything. And right now, I feel like I want to be a kid, and I like being a kid because being a kid, well, I spent enough days being an adult, and serious, and all that kind of shit. And I can engage life with it how as I would like, as you could too, if you honor thy own heart, if you follow thy heart before you follow any other. Love, live one vibrational energy. That's you, that's your heart, that's your joy. Mm. And I love coffee. Oh, thanks, James Walden. I appreciate that. Uh, to Veilcon. I never think of a pommel being able to pierce armor, but surely it could. So actual swords, real swords, the blade, like, it'll bend, okay? So what one would do is grab the mug by the blade itself, and that pommel is now like a huge flail, or I should say, a mace. And when I fling it forward, the sword is gonna bend where I'm grabbing it, and it's gonna act like a whip. And that pommel, it'll literally knock a dude full plate, full armor, proper helmet, strong, all that good stuff. It'll knock them on the ground. That shit will do damage. It's like a 4.5 foot plus flail. Right, yeah, or mace, I should say mace, because it's not a chain, but it does got that whip effect to it, and that's where I found medieval real the real damage came in was getting that whip effect, getting all like the Greek was good at establishing like the physical dominance, the strength, the physical brute raw strength. But there's a finesse to add into that, and I found that whip effect, like a tail, dude. Behind all that strength, or I should say, right after all that strength, that was what that's what they learned in them years, and I've learned that same kind of effect on the astral side of things, on a spiritual working, on emotional awareness, and what people have been doing to me that took me fucking having my ass handed to me and losing everybody I loved from somebody taking advantage of my naiveness and not knowing. And so now, shit, I don't pull no punches from the start and get go. I don't give a fuck. Did you bite me? I'm gonna fucking defense the fuck up. You're gonna feel this border for a moment. This boundary's gonna stick in place. If you don't respect it, I'm out. I'm not gonna keep fortifying foreign ground. You wanna fight? Bring it onto my own territory. That's real good art of war level shit. You ever fight a fight, you fight it on your own ground. Don't fight it on their ground. Somebody once asked, "Well, what if that's where I have to fight?" Well, don't fucking do it. Run away. Don't fight there. That's stupid. Their territory, their surroundings, their understanding. I'll put it this way: my grandfather, his name was Larry, and he was an awesome fella, and he had this pool table, and this pool table had a warp in it. At a certain juncture in the pool table, it caused the balls to go a different direction. There's this dude, he was a pool shark. I mean, he knew it. He knew he fucking won money and everything everywhere he went. Well, my grandfather, he played on that table every day because, well, that's what he had. And screwed if what my grandfather had was not working perfect or not. He's going to enjoy that shit for what he's got. And he learned how to play on that warped table. And he whooped the shit out that pool shark, dude. And learning your own environment and there's some finesse, some kindness, some of that keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer kind of thing. When you let people know that you know, they change their strategy and then you get lost all over again. So don't tell people that you know. That's what I figured out. I stopped telling people that I know. And then I just kept observing and I'm like, yep, got that note taken, note taken. Not in any real journal, like in my astral, like in my mind. But note taken, note taken. So when I see that pattern pop up, I could disappear, I could choose something else, I have options. I see them coming from a mile away. They thought they were slick and sly. I let them keep being slick and sly. Go ahead. I'm gonna stay on my firm foundation. They were lying to me and keeping it a secret in the beginning. They weren't upfront, so what compels me to be upfront or keep it? Fuck that shit. There is no fair in war. When it comes down to war, rip the fucking balls off, go after the throat. In this shit, I'm done. I don't want to fight. You're fighting to because you don't know how to control your emotions. I don't want to motherfucking fight. If you make me fight, I'm ending this shit, and I'm making sure this shit ain't gonna come back. What else? I'll fucking take some off next. Shit, we'll go one at a time, motherfucker, if I have to. Ugh, don't want to do that. Don't. I will run. That's why I said I learned how to run. I can run real fast. I'd rather run from my problem than fight it. Somebody else much more, whatever, can run into that person than me. I don't even want to know what I'm going to do in that situation. Please let somebody else have that option in life. That's not a bad idea, Evie. Start a chat group, something connected or whatever. People have been asking me to join other servers or something like that, or whatever the case. Um, I do got a website name. I gotta create a website, but my laptop I either need to get a new keyboard. I need to get a new keyboard, and I need to get uh, internet security. Internet and whatever. You get viruses or stuff by going to different websites. So I need to get that kind of stuff back up and going, and then I could really create some, start moving with some stuff. But anyways, I like the idea. So somebody said, "Wow, that's like a pickaxe, a flail axe." So yeah, that's another way the sword could be totally effectively used. is I'm just using my cloth, just not get oil on it or whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll wipe it down anyways. But essentially, the point right here from the cross guard literally acts exactly like a pickaxe in the field. Uh, Very small points. Lots of different ways all the components of a sword can be utilized. So, like, my blade is blunted, but it's a real sword. Here's one thing I would like to let people know, though, as well, is that there's a lot of swords out there that are wall hangers, and when I classify a wall hanger, this is a sword with a rat tail tang. Essentially, the main blade has so you can screw a bolt on. It's a long bolt, and it's welded to the blade. A lot of swords that are cheaply afforded fall along this very make. Even some pieces I thought I had were not like this turned out to be like this. So, like, yeah, that's why I got to make sure my stuff goes through and through. Um, but those kind of swords are not real swords, whether the metal be actual real metal. Um, I've literally seen some live video of somebody swinging a sword full force, and literally the blade goes flying, which is deadly sharp, and the handle is still in their hand. The cross guard is somewhere on the ground. This could have killed the person wielding it, dependent on how the blade struck, bounced back, or anything. So knowing if you have an actual real sword or just something that looks pretty is very important to know before working with it. And another thing about sword work, the reason why I appreciate having a blunted blade on my particular sword that I have, is that I was reading an article and it had pictures, and this dude was just going through training. He was going through techniques by himself. Nobody present, nobody there, just himself. And the dude he's doing historical techniques. He's doing his utmost to do historical techniques, not just flailing it around. The dude comes around and he cuts the back of his leg like this fucking high. Like, he lost 3/4 of the blood in his body. The dude nearly died. He showed pictures of it and everything, the whole healing process and all of it. And I was like, damn, that's from an accident, dude. I want to learn the technique. I want to learn the function. I want a blade that's going to hold up, but I don't want the risk of slicing my shit open. I'm not trying to cut somebody open. Like, that's not why I got a sword these days. Like I said, if the end of the world happened, if like anarchy set in and there was no law and order, if that kind of thing happened, all right, I'll get a sharpening stone and make a edge out the blade. But other than that, no, spaghetti. Dude lived, and it's all medically documented. So, in a normal case, perhaps this gentleman was not normal, um, but that legit happened. William Irving of my Scottish clan was armor bearer to Robert the Bruce and was gifted Drum Castle, which still houses our chief to this day, and a library. That's awesome. What's up, Lee from Northern Ireland? That's freaking cool. Um, What specific ocean? That's one of my realities to bring into this world. That's what I remembered of who I am, is being able to communicate with spirits, being able to communicate through a system that's beyond our physical identification. But we live in a world where every single day things are being realized, articles are being published, things are being discovered in which quantum mechanics and other things are starting to describe the very shamanistic, otherworldly experiences, communications that every single person is truly capable of. And in a huge way, I think a lot of people, um, the dude in the Bible, I like to call him the dude, he said, before I come back, he said, a lot of people are going to say that they're me, but they're not me because I haven't come back yet. And I believe that he said that because that would be a sign of his presence, an energetical presence. People would feel this vibration. They would feel a connection with that energy. They would resonate as if like they were him because his energy, his presence is that close. And truly, the Christos consciousness is right in tunage with the Krishna consciousness, which was an awareness. It was a God state of human being, of living. And at first, we're very animalistic. Then we kind of grow up and become a bit more human, enter society. And then we remember our divine nature and we're able to interact telepathically, emotionally. We're able to pick up things that there are instruments to measure these types of frequencies and vibrations in the air around individuals that come from them. And these types of things, again, are truly started. These windows and these doors, we're walking through them these days. And so, whereas shamans do and have existed, and they really did not disappear from life, but being able to find them certainly became extremely difficult. And if anything, what I feel like is a child of a multitude of shamans, not necessarily people that came and met me in the flesh, but people who felt my heart, who felt my vibration, and sent me this information, guided me to have experiences. I don't feel like God is something truly external and outside of this earth. I feel and I sense it within my fellow human being who has developed a greater awareness than myself. And they safeguard this awareness somehow, some way. Whether it be human, animal, or otherwise, there's a connection with the planet that we all share in common, and that's our collective consciousness. That's where I see where things just happen in these ways where, like, oh, there's such synchronicities that line up in a short amount of time. To me, that's a divine fucking declaration that the divine mother and father are with you. When I wind up experiencing, like, you know how you get that aha moment, that, oh wow, that's similar, whoa, that's interesting, look at those two things match up, and that kind of thing happens 5 times within 1 hour. Usually that happens like once a week, once a month, maybe once every 6 months. It doesn't happen regular. And all of a sudden, ba 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 ba, like lightning hitting in the same spot. I like those moments in life, I tell you what, and it seems to be a wave of that happening for people in this world. And in that sequence, I see a wave of individuals going through some shamanic experiences and awakenings that I went through a couple years ago. And I see a real positive wave of that reality happening into the world. More people on board, more people connected, more people aware. It's more positivity that can happen. And I'll tell you what, dreams can happen a lot faster than how we imagine them to happen. we could perhaps want this and want that and perceive it like this and perceive it like that, but actually the universe slowed my ass up, actually told me, have a seat, now look at it. And I was like, they said, that was your dream, right? Yeah. They said, it's actually happening, right? Yeah. Okay. It's like, holy fuck. My dream to change the world already fucking happened 2 years ago. And fuck, I already saw the ripple effect. I thought I was gonna have to be a billionaire and famous and all this other shit. Nope. Already started. Great ideas. I find the snow has built up in a place. All it requires is the right kind of sound to make that big old cache of snow just fall down to the bottom. So people could see what was really building up. They gotta see it all fall down. It's just my own path, how I've seen things, how the spirits develop my own side of being. And then going back a little bit, but Vatican, Vatican, Viking, Viking, Viking. Imagine how brutal full-scale medieval war would be after visualizing that that injury, accidental injury. There's something that my life remembers that my physical life has not opened the door in this lifetime. My physical life has stayed away from opening that door. Like, like, my soul remembers what I used to be capable of in a past life or something, and I don't know. Visualization is. You are correct. I appreciate your perspective because that's what I do in life. I take a single incident and then I exponentially multiply it, and that allows me to get a better perspective of what the world is going on or what the situation really is encompassing. Because it changes when there's a few million involved versus one. um, and that's the world we've been trying to leave behind. There's obviously still parts of the world where they're at war and conflict is going on and things are happening and people are dying, and that needs to be our past. That needs to be like a fucking child who grew up. Look, you don't do that to other people, you stupid fuck. Smack them upside the head or whatever. You don't fucking do that. Whatever you gotta do to beat the fucking shit out of that kid, fucking do it. But that shit does not belong in our world. Stop it. Like, I'll tell you what, this is why I have hope for the future. I'm gonna tell you why I have hope for the future. I'm gonna hit this thing first. There's this kid, and there's like this group of people, and like the kid had mom and dad, and the mom and dad hooked up that night. And like, the group of people were all having fun hanging out. They kind of disappeared to their thing, and well, they conceived the kid that night. A year or two later, whatever, I don't know. The kid was a year. He couldn't walk. The kid could walk at this point. Kiddo could walk in early, not whatever the case. Well, I forget how long ago it was they came back, but they expressed that that the baby, the happiest baby, born happy, chilled, not crying, good baby. But whether it be the TV, whether it be a song on the radio, somebody talking on the radio, or mom or dad. It didn't matter what the source was. If there was screaming, if there was arguing, if there was bad stuff, like on that kind of a level happening, the kiddo would literally go to the source of where the sound was coming from and literally wail on it physically until it stopped. And as soon as it stopped, all the bad shit, the kid went back to being chill and happy. And I was like, that's the next motherfucking wave that's gonna grow up in this world. I got hope for the future. Just because of that reality, I got hope. Last time I checked, America nor any other nation in this world declared their independence with a bunch of picket signs. It took motherfucking action to win independence and not to return to slavery. Forget the days of how they control you. You'll be another puppet in their narrative. My grandfather, he knew something about all of that, and he didn't say anything of it. Never mentioned anything of such a narrative in his voice. But when I look back at the man of who he was and what he did with his life, I saw a man who honored his independence and his liberty and his freedom to live his life how he saw fit. He taught me that much. I think that's got a lot of good qualities that I've been embodying as much as I personally can upon my own journey. And that's why I recognize everybody has a different journey. People don't have my memories. I don't have other people's memories. We have our own journey and we have what we can share with each other for this moment. And tomorrow's a different day. We're going to come back and hang out tomorrow, right? And that means we want to kind of carry on a good idea or something positive or something uniting. We don't want to be ugly. We don't want to come back tomorrow with a bad memory or harsh feelings or anything like that. And that's why I've learned to pay attention to who I'm hanging with or whatever the case. There's people. Yeah, I'm not saying they're bad because of this, but just hear me out. So there's people and they make a cut on you, make a joke on you, make an insult or whatever, and they're really doing it to be playful. They're not really. They're doing it in jest. Truly, they're doing it in jest. But to me, I just can't give in to that kind of behavior. I can't just even. I can't continue to hang around with that. I'll mention it, but you know, if I'm gonna hang around somebody, I want to have a positive influence. I want to build you up somehow, some way. Maybe that means being something I shouldn't be, but I want to build you up, right? And it's a positive influence I'd rather pass on rather than some negative influence or some negative memory. We got enough on the other side. One thing I learned about the spirit on this side of my journey is that the spirit's been replacing old bad memories, old experiences that had bad memories attached to them, with new experiences that have positive memories attached to them, almost like replacing the old with something new. And there's been a wave of this happening for some time, like for years. A little here, a little there, you know? Or you don't know, but now you know. And in that regard, it's been nice to be able to have some nicer things to recall than the stressed out pattern of the history of the past. And just me being me, you know, there's so much that it talks about being positive, and I'm very optimistic. Don't get me wrong, I'm very optimistic, but I'm a realist too at the same token. You know, it comes down, hands down, as optimistic as I am. I mean, when the tokens and the chips and the cards flip and you see what the hands are, you got to deal with what it is. We finally know for sure. Um, I keep moving forward regardless. I'll take on whatever loss or whatever challenge or whatever the case. Because ultimately, at this point in my life, I see endless possibility. I stopped fearing death. I stopped fearing all that stuff, and I learned that like divine nature, something in that consciousness of space and time was like, yo, I'm here, and I'm not going nowhere. I got you. And I don't know, faith has the connotation in my own existence that there's no tangible proof. There's nothing fundamental to be like that this should happen or that it even does happen. Faith to me is the belief without the proof. But what I've experienced is repeated positive results and circumstances that should not have fucking worked out in my favor. Not on that. This should not on a natural basis. Not on your human regular 9 to 5. You know, this is I do this and then that happens. Your legitimate logistical world of things. Yeah, this is not the way that. But it's been happening like that, and I call that a bit of walking on clouds. And I might be kind of pulling. I'm not pulling your leg or nothing like that. But when I was a kid, I saw the Care Bears on TV as a cartoon Care Bears, and the bears they walked on the clouds. They shot powers for their tummies, and uh, and I said I want to walk on the clouds. I thought I could walk on the clouds, and then I was like fucking 12 years old or 13 or some shit like that, and I'm at home and I'll watch this person on TV skydive through the clouds, and I'm like, huh. And this is before cell phones, and I got on the phone and I called my mom and I said, Mom, are clouds like solid or like you could go right through them? And man, my dreams were smashed and dashed that day. I said, shit, I can't walk on the clouds. I thought I could get to walk on the clouds. And I found that walking on the clouds is much more like walking from miracle to miracle. You don't see how it's going to work out, but it does. Because you follow your heart, you follow that intuition, you follow that divine plan, and somehow you can fucking like it works out. And over it works out. And it's like, yo, there is something to this. And that's a big part of not super duper not caring what anybody else thinks. Like super duper not. Doesn't matter, insult or not. I know what I've been walking on. I'm gonna keep walking on it. Like it's been working since 2012, one way or another. Find success in something. Keep going towards that direction. Keep following that formula of success. Doesn't have to look like somebody else's formula of success. Your formula, your path is unique to everybody else. That's why it's the narrow path, because it's only a path for you. It's narrow for one person, not a small group of people, for you. Mine for me, next for them, and on and on and on. We see each other and we're like, hey, I got some tips. And we're like, oh, yeah, boom, okay, thanks. Da-da. And then we keep walking each our path. It's a different course of thinking than like and I've been touching on this for the past few days as well. It's a complete opposite way of thinking, rather than saying you should do this and you should do that. Hey, here's a suggestion. You could use it or not. Fair enough. Everybody's unique, and some people gravitate to things and other people won't. And who should we tell to do what I say? One, two, three, four, five, six. Maybe you could do four, five, and six in one action. You don't have to do it like I do it. You could do it in your own way. Oh, thanks, Keith. Holly Sin. It's a skeleton bat, yeah, but it's not a real bat. It's just one I bought at the store. It's like plastic or whatever. But it does have a couple of feathers in it, though. It's my joke, so people could be like, yo, it's secretly Batman. Oh. Okay, look. Renegade 5602 and its Wavy Davy said, I have always felt I'm living in the wrong era. Well, maybe it's way Davy was responding to somebody else or not. However, to those who feel like they're living in the wrong era, no, you're not. Let me explain something. You are a beacon of the past to live in the present. Ah, we're time traveling magicians, and you have moments where you're like, holy shit, I thought 30 minutes had passed, but 2 hours passed by. That's because you bilocated, you fucking time traveling magician motherfucker, you. Just when you notice the discrepancy in time, that's when your astral fucking soul jumped back into your body and you were like, what? I'm late for something. Yeah, because your soul was up to something way more important than your body needed to run off to. Shit. Oh, but I wasn't sitting in a special spot in a zen. Well, believe it or not, but the entire building you were in had a special kind of a layout, and in that structure it was a magical protected spot, so you were safe in that zen spot. And it's not about how you fold your fucking legs, it's about your emotional state of being, your resonance of feeling peaceful and jamming with another person or two, man. These kind of things, it literally warps space and time because it creates a portal of synergetic energy. Ah. And when your soul is moving at the speed of thought and beyond, it is outside and accelerated past the speed of light. What thus is in the future is traveling faster than the current space. We are locked within time related to the speed of light. We were within the speed of light. So our thoughts, our emotions in a sea of darkness that we cannot perceive travels well beyond that current, just like within the ocean. There are currents passing that the sea turtles and other animal life jump upon, and they're able to get clear across the world in record time. Exactly the same. We're able to create with each other's presence in a void of space and interact with when our chakras are aligned and active. Thus, our soul changes our literal future and jumps back into our body so we can walk into it. I'm not joking. I'm not pulling your leg. And that's the reality of the purpose of meditation. Is to be able to get there like a child, to where your imagination has no limits, it has no constraints. You're not trying to do anything bad. You're just having fun with life. You're aware of what you shouldn't do, what hurts other people, what benefits other people, things you could be doing and up to. So you have an innocent heart, positive energy. You're going to create something beautiful for the future, not just for yourself, but for a bunch of people. And that's what we do in a meditative state together. These things happen naturally. And your ability to recreate that all comes to you being you in a natural state of being. That means if you've ever entered a room and you get nervous because the other person is like important or anything, popular, important, rich, any reason, principal, authority, it doesn't fucking matter. When you walk into a room and you think somebody is more important than you and you get nervous, they instantly have authority over your soul. You just gave authority to them over your soul. Fuck that, never do that again. They're an equal. They are a creator being just like you're a creator being. Have they done wrong with their authority? I'm not going to say it to your face, but I'm going to go tell mom and dad shame, shame, shame on that one because they've been misusing their authority. Last I checked, anybody giving authority doing wrong to people, they got double, if not more, to pay for their wrong. Dad not right, dad wrong. They're hurting people. I'm going to go communicate. And that communication doesn't have to do with people. It has to do with my divine connection. I was born the year of the rat. The Divine Father said, vengeance belongs to me, all rat. And something I learned is I'm a whole bunch of joy and love and goodness. I don't want to do no wrong. But hey, if Dad wants to protect me, then I'm just going to let Dad know what happened during the day. And then Dad going to be like, well, I'm going to go take care of some Dad stuff. See you later. And then that bad person never shows up in my life. And I'm just like, well, I don't know why they're around and I don't care, but I'm going to keep living my life. Woo woo. Talk about seeking divine connection. That's what's within your reach, and that's what you can do as well. This is how we conquer a world without violence and without harm, but enforcing divine justice through giving our essence and our energy to the collective conscious collective reality. This is the way this is the way I've literally seen it and engage my reality. I'm not the politician, okay? I'm not the one who should be on primetime fucking TV or something like that. I know I do the lives here and whatnot, but like, I'm just not your image individual you necessarily want in those positions, and I don't fucking know what to do there. That's not my role. That's not what I know to do. It's not my specialty, okay? Leave that to somebody else who that's what they've been training and studied and that's what they know about. Let them take care of that thing. However, I know there's some injustices in the world. And I know I become aware of the situation. So then I raise my energy I do some ceremonies. I raise my, when I say ceremonies, I read words of power, mantras, create some yantras, do some mudras. If you don't know what those are, mudras are hand gestures correlating to different energies, sequences of energies, so forth and so on. Then the mantras would be more like the sounds to these energies, like red notices a kill evaso putura ida her kirusha and sirukai portishin was maha ratsuki was set the tolls I painted to huti projections in a saramen. And so, like, there's the mantra, the sound one, and then you have like the yantra, which would be like getting some stones or whatnot, and then like laying them in a particular pattern on the ground, like a triangle or a square or a circle or something, or one within the other, whatever the case. That'd be like a yantra. And in these kind of resonances, essentially, uh, you're really impressing this energy into the world. And along with intention, heart, and awareness, what I wind up doing is I send the energy to the politician that could make a law and do the right thing, to the rich person who can design the product and make it available to everybody for $4.99. Like whatever the fuck, so it can happen the best and work out the smoothest. Like, here's the idea, here's the energy, zoom, send it out. I don't need to be the one that benefits and profits, because the whole world's going to benefit and profit. That makes everybody win. If I focus on everybody being a winner, then when everybody wins, I win too, see? But if I focus on only me winning, then when only I win, I'm going to be by myself. I already experienced the loss of life, and I've been by myself long enough. I want family. I want real family, not fake family. I ain't desperate for the shit. I want real family. So I'm going to work for that. I'm going to create that. I'm going to build a community that is that in some form, in some capacity. Maybe it's your people already exist, and all I got to do is just like bring them together or something, and they create it, whatever the case. Let me be a building block in the construction of the divine sight, not according to what was written in a book 1,000 years ago, but what I'm feeling is true in my heart and my gut right now in the moment. Because I tell you what, you could read stories 3,000 years old, but that doesn't mean that's where their life ended. It doesn't mean that was the end of the story. That's just the last portion that somebody penned. That divine being is alive today, and they're experiencing some shit. Their story's still going on. And whether you're aware of it or not, there are temples in the world, throughout the world, and their priests are still receiving information on such a course, and they're actually penning this information into this day. You never know it, you never find it, but I tell you, it's going down. New revelations are received quite often, and those revelations do have fulfillment. They do match up with our realities. Some pretty interesting stuff. I'm a Capricorn and Sagittarius. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
think it was Bebop or somebody else and somebody else. Like I'm petitioning for a meetup or something like that. Um, I think that would be really cool, and I've been thinking of something like that. I'm in Michigan, and where I'm located is not far from where the Renaissance Festival will be occurring. And I think that comes in July or August or September, somewhere around there. Um, so I was kind of thinking about maybe setting a certain date that we could meet up at the Renaissance Festival. I have had people reach out to me through email, and they came and visited me. Uh, but we can chat about that if you want to. You can put my email in there often. Um, but something like that would be cool in the future, to some regard, to some degree, to some sort of hangout, or I think a whole live thing with everybody in person would be great. And this is, I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm just talking pretend and like fantasy or whatever. But it would be really cool if we could get like, if, okay, I'm just playing money. I'm playing pretend. I'm playing pretend. I'm leaving money out of it. I'm just playing pretend. But look, my ultimate dream is to bring a modern day Reading Rainbow, LeVar Burton, um, Bill Nye the Science Guy, uh, um, gosh, I'm forgetting my favorite dude's freaking name of the show and everything. Mr. Rogers. Bring all these together and create a modern show, a modern kind of like each like room would have its own kind of setup. Like maybe one's Egyptian and one's Indian and one's Japanese, or whatever the case, man. Like, I go visit people, like everybody's like a different person or character or whatever the case, whether it be puppets or whether it be their outfit, or their subject matter that they talk about or what they're offering. And so, like, I wind up going and visiting the neighbors of the world, you know what I'm saying? And like sharing tea with one and coffee, Turkish coffee with another, and everybody with their own kind of style, or kind of like showing those aspects of the world and life, and making it like our everyday kind of like a thing like that in the most awesome of ways. Like, that's been my dream for a while. So talk about people coming together. That's where my mind really starts going. I start seeing dreams happening because I've literally put together. I was at a Renaissance festival and they didn't have anything major going on, and I had my camera, professional grade camera, and everything. And I was like, I got this movie, I got this thing I'd like to film, and I told him, I said, give me 2 hours, whatever, give me an hour or something like that, and or 30 minutes, however long it was I took, and I read up a script. I got a general idea, a begin, starting, middle, end, all the stuff, and pulled everybody together. Said this is what we're doing, and some other people added in and brought in some ideas, and I was like, yeah, let's do that. Boom, boom, boom. Threw it all together, and fuck, we filmed something, and all had fun doing it in a matter of moments. Like, it was just awesome. We just engaged it as it was. And it's amazing the kind of stuff we can do, Johnny, on the spot without so much fucking planning and strategizing and fucking scheming, because this is what's gonna be best. Shit. Let me see who you are in the raw. For real. If you could bring some flavor like that in the moment, shit. Shit. If we ever fucking go big, there'll be people who'll fucking just we'll just walk from one place to the next. Everything be prepped and ready to go and everything, like shit. Take care of stuff in the nitty and gritty. Imagine you put a little bit of A little bit of shine right here. Even have to do much work to it already. The formula of success was right there. Let it roll. I took a note from film and I learned a lot more lessons than I think people were paying attention to. I think a lot of people were entertained and I was learning lessons. For instance, I'm gonna mention, I feel like bringing it up. There's this portion during Lord of the Rings, I think it was the second one with Smeagol, and he's having this dialogue amongst himself, and it's like his fucking chaos side and his good side, and he's fighting back and forth. It's like nighttime. I don't fucking know which portion of the movie, but I remember I waited all day to see it, and I remember that scene and watching it, and everybody around me is laughing. Everybody in the fucking theater is laughing. The majority, I hear the laughs going on, and I'm like, this poor motherfucker. He is so fucked. He is so fucked. I'm feeling pity and sadness and empathy and whatever fucking word you want to throw in there with me, man. I'm connecting with this motherfucker, and people are laughing at him. Just help me realize a bunch of truth. Things that couldn't be verbalized, but things I was experiencing, truths I learned in movies in which other people weren't paying attention to. Perspective's big. Perspective is big, whether you learn something or not. This is why you can watch a movie the first time, second time seems no change, third time seems no change. You go through something in life, and then bam, you see something completely different in that film. Why? Because you went through a new experience, you walked through a new door, now you're actually like, holy fuck, you're connecting with a whole new element that you never even knew existed in life. Because we don't try something, because we're not hurt by something, because we never noticed that aspect in real life. We just denied it up and down. We just said, no, it's not real. And that was not, and that is not a formula for success. That is a formula for failure. Explicit denial is a grand formula for denial. I mean, that grand book said love believes all things. Guess what? A lie is a thing. How can love believe a lie? A lie is a thing. How can you believe it? Well, this is my best analogy to give you. If I got a bunch of pieces on the table of a puzzle, bunch of puzzle pieces, I take one of those puzzle pieces and I go, nah, this don't match the rest of the puzzle piece. I ain't put nothing together. I ain't even done the border. But I'm like, yeah, this don't fucking match. And I throw it in the trash can. And I do that with 10 or 20 pieces. And they don't fucking match. I throw it in the trash can. I keep working, separating pieces. I start working on the outline. Trash truck is coming next morning. Make sure to take that trash out, wrap it up, throw it up. Next morning, truck comes, boom, boom, takes away. Puzzle piece is gone. I can't get those back. It was gone, gone. Like, this was the last puzzle I found of its sort. It was one of a kind. And I started putting that pieces together. I separated. Damn, I got a couple pieces missing of my border. Dang it. A corner piece is missing. Darn it. Oh, I'll just keep putting it together. I'm sure I'll find the piece eventually. I put the whole thing together. I got no pieces left, and those pieces I threw away. Corner piece was one of them. One of the main pictures, like the nose of the lion, like it's gone. It's not there. That was one of the pieces. I didn't think they matched, so I threw it away. So by disbelieving, then the clues were thrown away. They were dismissed, and everybody knows how shitty it is to end up with a unfinished puzzle, lacking even one piece. So with love of believing all things, that's like, this puzzle piece don't exactly match. Let me set it to the side. I'm not going to throw it away. I'm just going to set it to the side. And that's a detail of information. And so then as through life, love believes all the elements, then the puzzle can be put together. And if there are extra pieces of the puzzle on the table, then those were all the lies. And the people that helped spread those lies, either they were deceived themselves or they added to the spreading and the belief of that lie itself. I have to investigate the source, and either I know or I must investigate further to see if I should continue hanging around this person, because I know they do not have the best of my course of life in mind, even any goodness in mind, so that's something I got to avoid. That's going to be a future landmine. Let me not step on that ground again. Awareness is key to your eternity. By being aware, you have the choice to move out of a corner to be able to actually move forward in life. Thus, your options continue on. Oh, gotcha. Uh, that thing right there, that breast thing right there. So essentially, it has the Chinese zodiac all the way around, and here, I'll show you. I'll show you. I'm not gonna move the camera. I'm gonna leave that where it is. Um, but this is what I put together. So essentially, the red is like the sun, the black is like the universe, the sky, like fucking space, and then it has the stars going around it. So when I had this tray with the Chinese zodiac going around it of the different constellations, I was like, holy shit, that's the fucking stars at the top of his head. His fucking understanding what leads his whole fucking life, what's going out and coming in, what he's channeled with is the patterns of the very universe of the heavens. That's what I started learning how to follow after. That's what I started following after. That's had realized I was doing already. It's pretty cool how different ancient ways of understanding can complement each other and find one was the door and one was the key, one was the wall and one was the roof, then there was the ceiling, and then we had a foundation of the flooring, stone and granite and wood and all these elements put together. But somebody who could not see in this dimensional reality would have just walked in and said, smash, 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 it looks evil and like a demon, I gotta kill it. I've experienced all kinds of people on my journey, and I have somehow survived them all as well. So, to the Divine Father and Mother and all that they seek to bless on this world, may we continue to do exactly as according to our heart and that which is in loving kindness to each other and all that happy good stuff. And if need be, may we become the terror greater than any threat to our brothers and sisters, no matter the form or shape. And may we conquer that threat. May we conquer that hostile act that is harming our brothers and sisters, no matter how innocent and poor, nor no matter how rich and powerful. May every man be equal in their love and their capacity to help each other and be supported on that journey of discovering who they are. May we truly evolve past war and fighting and conflict so that we can actually be one with each other and see that balance. Um, Somebody said crispy bacon. I need to make me some quick. I need to get some bacon. Just a whole package of bacon. Just make it all. Just make a big ass thick bacon sandwich. Leave the L and T out. Just a bunch of B. Crispy bacon. He said, "Are you born of royalty?" Let me share something with you. Somebody said it yesterday, and I kind of liked it. You know, I'm not all big on the Christ thing. I started there. I was Jehovah's Witness for a while. Don't get me wrong. I'm all that good stuff. But hear me out. Check this out. So somebody yesterday, they said the Christ is king. And I said Christos is king. Huh. Okay, Christos is a way of thought, a way of mind, consideration and all that, aware of my fellow human and want good and, turn away from all that bad old junk, right? Okay, that's also very closely connected to the Krishna consciousness on the Hindu side, if you're familiar with that at all. Those are very, very similar, just about the same thing, in their own variations. And and the fact that you're a king. Yes, each person is a king. We have different chakras. These chakras are connected to different energies. These energies are connected to different personality types. So learning how to gain mastery over one unlocks another one and allows us to gain a mastery over that independently as well. So, and all of those things interconnected and individual. I was like, yeah, actually, that's a pretty good saying. You are a king, and you do have the ability to create a beautiful future for your neighbor. Love thy neighbor as you create a beautiful future for yourself. Would you not bless someone else if you had the ability? Thus you do, and thus we can, and you are the king, and thus authority is within your right to do as you will. Anyways, I just, I kind of like that new spin on things. It's accurate. It's accurate understanding. So everybody was born of royalty. I'm being modest, but truly, each one is royal in their own right. Babylon thinking. Look, Babylon thinking. I like that one. They said to do as you will is Babylon thinking. Okay, check this out. See my makeup? It's like a lion, like, and I'm like a little baby lion. While I'm growing up, I'm learning my power and how much my nails and claws can get into on the esoteric side of things. Rawr. So baby lion, it's a baby lion. Lyon, Babylon baby lion. It's like, ooh, that's scary, real scary. I will eat you up. I'm just gonna cuddle you until you fall asleep or something, and then I'm gonna cook something really yummy, and then by the time you wake up, you'll be like, here's some yummy breakfast. And you'll be like, what are you doing? You're like, well, you were hungry, so I made you some food. You gotta dress up for Halloween. Because if you don't, then people are going to take you very seriously. They're going to use you and they're going to abuse you because they're going to see you got a pattern, and then they're going to be like, nope, can't let this one do what he wants. He's going to work for me. That whole slave master mentality is still stuck in people. They still do that kind of shit on a regular basis and use different words to hide their intentions. That's why there is no such thing as passive aggressive. You're either passive, stand by and let it happen, or you're aggressive and you stand the fuck up and do something about it. Now, here's what really happens: people become manipulatively aggressive. On the other hand, they're happy and kind, but they're truly aggressing their fucking fist up your ass to make you fucking do what they want, okay? And if you don't, then you're the bad guy. That's called manipulative aggression. Now, that has nothing to do with being passive, because they were never passive from the very fucking start of things. Therefore, anyways, that's just my own take on things. I like to be kind of literal with my words because sometimes looking up a definition is a lot more powerful than just going along with everybody's fucking made up superstition. See, Buddha, he led me up to this mountain, and I there you could, but I'm chilling out at this tree. And I was like, well, thanks, bro. I'll chat with you on my way back. And they was like, all right, tell me about the journey. And I was like, all right. So I kept on going. And my journey has learned a whole lot of things. Boom, right here. Transmutation, depending on what the environment develops with. Who knows what you might have to transform into? And I like being able to transform. I like being able to be true to myself, and however I feel the energy to be, then boom, that's what I'm going to share, because there's a million different aspects with life. And guess what? The motherfucker taking advantage of you out there in the world, they ain't pulling their punches, and they ain't telling you shit. So the best I can do is to let you know. So because you're aware, you can actually fucking choose a different option of action. That puts a whole spoil into their plans. That's a motherfucking wrench in the engine of their plans. Guess who wins? They don't, because they're dealing with a broken fucking engine. And you're like, succeeding. You're winning. Counts as like another soul, like ascending. Another one against the man. Oh, stop it. I just played. It's a club. It's a clubhouse. I'm just kidding. I don't have a Clubhouse. You can't find it. Some people called it heaven because they just had to make up some story about my Clubhouse. But blah, 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 blah. Have fun with life. Come on. A spider monster. You could be a spider monster tomorrow. Just have like a little extra arm coming out, and people be like, "What the fuck you got there?" And be like, "Oh, my Spidey monster is like growing out of me." It's a great conversation starter. Stop it. I'm not on anything. I get my vape, and that's about it. Just good old, THC stuff. But somebody was on point. Shiva, he hit this point of enlightenment in which he connected with the Divine Mother. And I'm going to tell you what happened right now. Him, like other individuals in our past, Buddha and others, they actually reach telepathic communication. And when you actually succeed at telepathic communication, it's not just the sending, it's a receiving, and that receiving is the equivalent of miraculous actions allowing your path to continue. And when you really get in synchronicity with this telepathic communication to the point, I'm telling you, it does not. I can hear shit like it's on a megaphone on the astral side of things, okay? I got fucking like mega fucking ears, megaphone ears, like I'm telling you. And, but the last actual aspect of telepathic communication that jumped in for me was the word for word communication. And when that popped in on the regular, day after day after day, without even fucking having to wake up and do a mantra to connect with it, but when that was the regular establishment, not with other people, not having to block, not having to do all this warm up shit, but with that just instilled into my very fucking frequency of being, um, oh my God, that's when every single time I saw somebody laughing to themselves, I'm just like, people don't know they're telepathically connected. They may not even know they're telepathically connected, but they're fucking open to that channel. And dude, like, shit gets real funny. There's a lot of fucking joke cracking on that side of the veil, man, because like you see things from a whole nother angle. And started making me see a whole nother side of reality of what was happening in behind things, whether other people understood it or not, but it helped me connect with people. So when I start talking to people and I hear their stories, I can actually perceive that what they're connecting with, whether they can or not. And that's why I love to hear their unadulterated personal first-hand account of what they actually did or experienced, because this is a reality of the other side of the veil to be aware of things that are going on, things to interact with. And I believe together a small group has like all the senses. One can hear, one can see, one can this, one can that, and man, all that together with a solid group, and now you have full sight of the other side of the realm, and you can do a whole lot more quite effectively than one individual. But there's a lot of refinement and development that a lot of us have to do before we truly, really, really connect in person with each other. Um, some people are ready for it now, and some people have growing to do. And one thing I've learned is we are evolving. We are learning from each other every single day. Um, that's a reality right there. What's up from Toronto? I'm in the. I'm real close. I'm in the U.S. though. Hey, look at that. Wonderful timing. Well, it's 10:01, so I'm gonna get on with my day. It's been wonderful. I enjoy you being here. Thank you for being here. Okay, I'll put it out there. Does anybody have any last questions or anything you want to throw out? I'll put my email in here just in case maybe somebody had a comment or a question I didn't see or answer or whatever the case. Feel free to shoot me an email, ask me whatever the case. Much love, many blessings. Um, am I proud to be? Abso-freaking-lutely, man. I mean, look, this is one of my primary skirts. If I'm like going out, like this is, I usually put this skirt on as underneath all, as a part of my other skirts. See, I got an American flag woman. My skirt. One of my skirts. Anyways. I couldn't be who I am without this place being here. I had one person in the chat and they were like, dude, if you were like that where I am, they'd kill you. And I was like, yeah, I know. That's why I appreciate where I am. I appreciate the people in my past that did what they did for me to people for me to be. They fought for rights. And you gosh darn right, I'm going to effectively continue the effort that my ancestors have set up before me and encourage all those around me to do the same. I do have a flag. There's the American flag right there. Yep. But truly, it is the may all of us succeed. May the entire world of humanity somehow, some way, move into a place where we're not fighting or hurting or killing each other, but we're helping each other thrive and giving each other tips of how to live better and finding some sort of unification of positivity with our differences, like a body. Feet and legs are doing something different from the hands and the wrists. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, much love and many blessings, and we'll catch you tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you're in another part of the world, that would be -4 GMT, 5 a.m. And much love and many blessings, Donna Degwai, until we see you next time.